Okay, let's continue on with more Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we should be able to finish off the next case and hopefully start on the next one. So, considering I've got about, what, 6-ish hours? Probably to stream. We'll probably be able to finish the next case easily, as well as get started in the third one. So, let's get things going. So, I think we're at the end of Trial 2. Oh, Trial Part 1 of Case 2 in the second game is the best way to probably put it. So let's clear our name of our defendants and start a thing. So that's the best way to go with this. Should be able to go for a good amount of time, I think, today. I don't actually remember where I was up to. I think we just came into the revelation of using the mood matrix to, I think we just used the mood matrix to, help out with the sadness thing or whatever. I think that's what we did. It's unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Actually, before I do this, I should actually check the, need to make sure that my game is, because sometimes the, something is really bad with this. Let me fix it up. Let's fix this up for a second. Here we go. That should be okay. That should be okay too. That's saved. For some reason, something doesn't save. That's fine. Yeah, everything looks like it's good. Alright, we can go. So this should be Trial Part 1, I'm guessing, of Case 2 in the second game. And then we should be able to probably start Case 3. Usually the cases start with an investigation, unless they're already in a trial, so... That's new information, we haven't run an update. Okay, now we have to do this again. Okay, so do I see Temotaro in the Fox Chamber? That is... okay, so we're gonna remember the emotions, right? So happy is top left, angry is top right, sadness is top left, sorry, bottom left, and surprise is bottom right. So let us do this. So she feels sadness and I think that's fine. So scared when I entered the room, so that's sadness and surprise, that makes sense. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. There's a slight hint of sadness and a full thing of surprise. Then the info update is sadness triggering as well as surprise. Ultimate dinner table, this is the same thing as well. Both of them sadness and surprise. And the info updated from the info that was been updated from the info that has been updated from the previous one. So I think what we have to do is we've got to figure this out. This one's weird, because it's like all sadness and surprise. So I guess we have to figure out which particular... Wait, what am I supposed to do? I'm trying to find the emotions that contradict statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out. That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. Should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion. Oh, the intensity. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So all of the emotions that we saw prior were all going at the same rate, but then there was one of them that had, like, one was really pronounced and the other one was slightly. Emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how these same emotions change throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Right, that's what we saw. So, what we're seeing at the moment is sadness and surprise at the same rate. Sadness and surprise at the same rate. Surprise at a much more concentrated but a slight hint of sadness. Sadness and surprise at around the same rate. Surprise and thing at the same rate, and then surprise and thing at the same rate. So it probably would have to be something to do with, have to be something here. It's gonna be the sadness that's here, because this is only a slight reaction, but everything else was... So that's what I mean by that. Amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Hey, welcome in, El. I should mention this because I've seen Sarada post in my chat several times, several of your emotes. I love your SpongeBob emotes. The Patrick and SpongeBob emotes that you've added in for your channel. They're really cool. Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. Suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Kale into sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Look. Okay. Something I was supposed to look at. Paula, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Okay, there we go. There's our noise level down. Sudden burst of courage? And where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but... I realized I'd done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what that could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. What if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime? Jinxie, did a sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Okay, so... This? Did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? It could have been this. If she saw a Ninetales flower, there's a chance that it boosts her courage, so that would explain why she had a burst of courage there. And maybe why she didn't feel sadness. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything else that she would have seen that would have given her a burst of courage, you know, so... Yeah, let's go with the flower. The flower, if she... That means that she has seen the flower somewhere. If she got a sudden burst of courage.
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a Ninetales flower there at the scene, did you? The demon lawyer strikes again! Can't hide anything from you! Found a small case with a picture of a Ninetales flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene? That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. Does seem to be some sort of case. Oh look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might have a look, your boldness. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? Matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. I just love that the Hawk is delivering evidence to us, like pecking at people, not pecking at people, clawing at the judge, clawing at us, sitting on the judge's head, attacking all sorts of people too. Master key? That went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? A little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. It's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall see them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. Your point is, until Jinxie Temma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. There was no one else in there, save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mad Timber himself would be utterly inconceivable.
Objection!
How could this happen? The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, you alright? That man Temma's innocent. There's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dono, allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who stays and confused? Can't even think straight. Hey, you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Polo. Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to? Alright. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually I do. Follow justice, and I'm fine. Well, you do have something more than your cause to steal, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. Got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Follow this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. What a doozy that locked room is. Oh, Mr. Justice? I always like the locked room. Anytime that there's a locked room case in a game, it usually ends up being very intriguing. To figure out how they pulled it off. Like, it's usually mostly done in the same sort of way, but I like the way that they, certain things can be manipulated and stuff. Do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vain conjecture only shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Time to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. Sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. Just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through. There's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high and there's nothing you can stand on to reach it. Needless to say, forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's what we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. And whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Well, if they're saying that we can't escape through the duct, we can't escape through the chamber, and we can't escape through the window, the only means of escape has to be this door. If I can, like... Take that! Let's go. Hopefully that's close enough. Hallway door? Oh yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. Would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinx and Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key? Should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I can understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... Well, Mr. Justice? Prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. Fine, I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because Tenma locked it from inside. Tenma locked it from inside, it locked on its own, or the perp locked it from outside. I think the perp locked it from the outside. Because I don't think Tenma locked it. What if the room is locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took through the whole... Wait, what? That wasn't correct. Consider this. The master key was found inside the properly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Was it? I don't think it was. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. If the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside. Oh, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite being locked tight? Slipped it in when the door was open, threw it in from outside, or changed the lock. Well, I don't think they changed the lock. If they slipped it in when the door was opened, I don't know if they would have necessarily slipped it in, because slipping it in would mean that you would have to get a fair distance as well, and I don't think you just simply slip it in, so I think they would have to have flown it from the outside. Which would make a little bit more sense based on where it was found. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like... Go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could have been locked inside the locked room. Where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window! Oh, I forgot to do something. Hang on a second, I just realized this myself. Let me just fix this real quick. I forgot to do something. I was supposed to, I forgot to pause one of my videos in the background. I completely forgot to do that. I was supposed to do that before I started streaming, but I forgot to do that, so I'll just do that real quick, because it's, I forgot to pause a video that I had up on YouTube that I had paused. Just kept going, so that would actually help out a bit. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. The key could have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window. I mean, if we think about it, it could be, well, it can't be tossed in via the Forbidden Chamber because that was locked tight. It can't be tossed in by the window, they were saying. I don't know... I can't remember where they said the key was located. I was thinking that, like, you could lock the door... what was I trying to say? You could lock the door, you could be outside the room, lock the door, throw the key in, and then close the door. But then you could also use the air duct as well, but I don't remember where the key was found. I think the key was... do we have in the court record where the key was found, or is it not? Because I would think it's probably the air vent, just because all these other areas would be weird, I guess. I guess I'll just present the air duct. I'm not sure where to present it, so I'll just put it here.
Take that!
The air vent? Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. That's right. Fox Chamber's air duct leads us into the hallway. So the real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. That's preposterous! Ooh, that explains how the key got in here after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry, I'll explain it even so Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Temmataro who murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway and the door and locked it. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay, never mind. They kind of, that is correct then. Because I was saying, like, what's happened is the killer went out the door, locked it, closed the door, and it's like, he could have also thrown it through there as well. I just didn't remember where they found the doors, where they found the key. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. Yeah, so they could have done it through the hallway door too. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing, even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. Explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temmataro. There was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer is bitten the jailbird prosecutor. Well, that was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his seems like so much more attractive now. Order! Order! Order, I say! Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? That irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and walks out the front door? That's exactly what happened. Killer fled from the... That is impossible! Without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is! The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Temmataro anywhere in the security footage. Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? Don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. It's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. Saying you can prove the killer could fly? We do have proof. We have this the paper, remember? The paper, Thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? The evidence that we have that they flew away was the special edition paper, saying that Tenmataro was, flying through the air, and we have, photo proof of this as well.
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? Photo in the article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window. Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenmataro flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Artifice? I don't know what that word is. Okay then, how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw vanish into thin air? No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai Atrixie Tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say, she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Not good. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. And they could also use the fact that she maybe made up the story as well. That's also working against her. Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freak-out ever. The little scamp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? The case no longer stands without a real yokai, if only we had one. Bailiff Caesar! It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of your wood. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you would be knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook a little yokai farce. First, the defendant intends to confess. Hello, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Man, Tenma, no, don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Tenma's going to confess unless you would do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-oh, should watch what I wish for. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Foolish mortals. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence! I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to this forbidden chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What? The Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. Witness, well, he'll explain himself. You saying you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? Ha! What nonsense. So man Tenma is a yokai now? Caw-caw! Caw-caw! His body is now mine. So you're saying Mad Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo? Those were all you? The accursed power of these warning charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's cases have been overturned. You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer? The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber? But it was the accused all along! Ironic, is it not? The yokai tend to be real in a manner of speaking. For the Alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene. That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, oh dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place. And so, Prosecutor Blackwell, it seems I must spell it out for all of you. Mayor Tenma killed the Alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door. But then fell unconscious when the blow the Alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mare. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the man was found unconscious. How is that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what, do you mean to say that the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Caw-caw! That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. It seemed the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? So, is the defendant real life? So that rumor about Mantama is true. I knew yokai were real. I mean, he really did kill the alderman just so that he could release Tamataro? Order! Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict that client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your boldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Could yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mantama's just pretend to be Tamataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. Verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you would not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I'd fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in a clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... Wait, what? What's wrong with him? Why is he getting shocked all of a sudden? Oh, okay. Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Black, will vow to... Your Honor! You do not need fear now. I believe Prosecutor Black will remain on his best behavior. Bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case... This concludes today's deliberations. Prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigation. This court is adjourned. Alright, I guess we're not finishing the case. I guess we're not doing a part 2. I guess we're doing more investigation, and then we're doing a second part of the second part. So, this is gonna be interesting. So, another investigation, and then another date in trial. We might just only be able to do this case today, then. Well, 18, 1:20 PM. Write anything, agency. The yokai testifying in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tamataro, the yokai you seek. How did such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tama suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. Can't even think straight anymore. Need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back? Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. Also heard about these tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. Seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. You know, the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. Whoever did that was the Tamataro that Mr. Filter Jinxie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. Real fight starts right now. Hey, before we go, When you make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Wait, what? She can do this? I guess she can clear out the... She can clear out evidence in our case now. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. Wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos. So what actually disappeared now? Yeah, some things did disappear. I do like that, though. That at least makes it so it's less clogged up. Okay, April 18, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, why did we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. Will it take a while for him to recover? I sort of feel bad for him. We have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. Air duct is the key. We know the Tamatara impersonator used it to make an escape. To murdering the ultimate, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Then after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent there. And went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. The killer passed through the air duct. Maybe we will find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Find anything? Thanks, Apollo. What happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what did you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? Seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately. Kinda looks that way. If it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But... we don't turn things around quickly. Justice we trust! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Time back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on! Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on! Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more! It's not over yet. Besides, killing someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? How about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? You did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? We still can't do examining. I guess we're just stuck doing... So rethink investigation strategy. I guess we're just stuck doing these from now on. investigation. So I wonder if I can touch the plant or not, because there is a trophy for getting the... I need to interact with Charlie the house plant. Can't believe Prosecutor Blackwood would stoop that low. I mean, to pin the blame on a yokai, he really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well... I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. That'll teach him anything. Yeah, I'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Temma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right, I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down, he doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It's at the base of the cliff, just outside QB Manor. There's the staff. Wait, that isn't the staff Tematara was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only! Miss Temma no doubt tossed it over the cliff, when she was done. Wait, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince, but she was wearing a costume. There wouldn't be any anyway. Oh, Prince or no Prince, it's not gonna work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case... then where in the mansion did Tematara get it from? The Amazing Ninetales. Oscar Black will figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed, he's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. Amazing Ninetales spot the yokai craze and worked against the merger. Mayor Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. Don't blame him. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, is Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? Versus mask is more precious than his own life. Never wanted to mask himself in front of others. There are matches where wrestlers, for the right to remove each other's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. Welcome in, Sarad. I hope the World War Z games have been treating you nicely. I'm enjoying watching you play those. So the masks are more important to them than life itself. Spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protesting from the mansion. Did you forget that Mayor Temma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh yeah. You be careful now, you're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals. And all things of that nature. Wonder what Mayor Temma remembered. Too bad you can't ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea, we might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Nothing else to talk about with you? Let's just go back to, I'm assuming we have to go, I thought we were going back to the detention center, but, we're going back to, I'm noticing this a lot though, the game is telling, when it comes to the investigations, the game tells you exactly where you need to go, like, once you finish the conversation in an area, it usually tells you, hey, we need to go looking for this person, or hey, we need to go and look for the evidence, or, so in some ways it is hand-holding, but I don't really mind it. I think it actually works, quite well. With, like, making sure you don't miss anything. Because these games are very linear anyway, because you can't go to the trial phase until you've already got the evidence. It's not like you can skip out on evidence and all of a sudden have problems where it's like, oh, I can't do something, for example. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. No, go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at an edge of a cliff and the only way it's down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Ooh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? Sure. Our defense. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. It was one tough day in court, to say the least. No, I've never had to defend a yokai before. This is about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. At least she figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Really? Well, that's bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? Well, it's the times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force? Smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. Also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Basics? Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? Met her during a trip to Europe. You're in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Okay, wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Guess you were never very far from the courtroom. It's like fate brought us together. Thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Oh, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I have to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. So when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Well, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, totally pumped after talking to you, Mr. Wright. Like you said, the worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright. Yes? I'm gonna go visit our client again. That's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. Okay. I guess Blackwell's done interrogating him. Man, Tim, I want to talk to you about something. Kashaw! Caw, caw! So my minions have returned. Although he still thinks he's a yokai. Wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Temmer again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. Starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Man Timmer stay possessed. You know what I mean. If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask me what you will. Suppose it's worth a shot. Let's present the stuff first. Let's see if we can present. Because sometimes when we talk, it's usually one of two things. We talk and then we get more information after we present stuff. Or we present stuff first and then we get more talk options. So I usually like to present certain things first. Let's start with presenting the statue. So let me take a look at this. An offering to me, quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer me is to win me my freedom. Caw, caw! Right. Do my best. And this. So let me take a look at this. An offering to me, quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer me is my... Oh, he just wants to keep talking the same thing. I guess we have to just... Never mind, talk to him normally. Feathers and tracks. Those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really you're doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tembataro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I was once again dominate the mortal world is at hand! Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? Oh, never mind. He's going in between the personas, so when his tie is like that, it's him talking normally. When the tie is filled out, it's him talking as the yokai. I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Man, Tamara, is that you? Well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. Guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. Didn't kill Alderman Kyubi, did you? I've killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the man had mentioned that he had been clubbed with the statue. But ask about this too. Okay, now we can do that. So what you remembered. Such Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Bah, I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So you want to keep it shut tight. No fingerprints show you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have me Tembataro act as some acidine alchemist. I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one who scared the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you used the key? I couldn't find a keyhole anywhere, in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening long ago, would I have had made my return? Here's a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Forbidden Chamber key added to the court record. The key that the man took from the killer and swallowed, no fingerprints could be lifted from it. I guess now we present the stuff. Can't examine the key. Let's present this. Might I ask, is that? Statue was found at the scene. Somebody had made Temmer of the head with it. Been wrapped in a large cloth before the Alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, There's something wrapped in such a cloth, does it recall? A secret gift from Alderman Kirby, it would seem. However, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Well, that Damien does not know. Secret gift? Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. Should question him about the blackmail letter too. See what he has to say when I show it to him. Okay, this has to be very specific then. I guess in this case it's better to talk to the characters and then when they tell you, hey, do this, they will guarantee it, I guess, so... do that this time. Like this is that accursed blackmail letter was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped into the Alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mantema's briefcase. Wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Caca! Caca! You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Blackmail letter. Who placed this in the Alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the man's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the Alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florin LaBelle. Full knowledge that briefcase contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. Well, this explains the connection to get to where we have to accuse him, because we already saw the culprit at the start of the case. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. Seems like Mantema is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have sent that blackmail letter in the Alderman's pocket. Careful, well, here comes justice. Go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the letter. You've just given us a major lead. Blackmail letter updated in the court record. The threatening letter sent to the mayor. It's highly likely that it was LaBelle who took it from the mayor's briefcase. Something that still bothers me. Mr. LaBelle is the killer. Could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber. Should probably search it for clues. And one problem, how do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go to Jinxie, maybe she can help. Nothing else to talk to with you? No. Jinxie, she was at... she's either at the Manor Garden or Yokai Lane. I'm guessing we'll just go to Yokai Lane, because there's probably going to be a bunch of people at the garden. Hey, isn't that... you dare imprison me? Jinxie, she's acting really strange. That loathsome, no good nine-tailed fox should know the terror that is mine in despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Is it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, must have been the Makura Geishi. Makura Geishi? Or Geishi, maybe? Never wake up off the restless night sick to find your pillow in an unusual place. Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway. Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makura Geishi preys on people while they're asleep. Sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? You don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. Say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. Better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something I want to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? What do you remember? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. There was one thing I thought was really weird. Almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? You sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie's already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the same time. They weren't there when she discovered the crime scene. Totally fueled the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. Prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. Sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. The Forbidden Chamber. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? The door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. So you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. Secret mechanism? Really? It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. Only Ultimate QB knew what it was. Now it worked. Ultimate of Ninetales Vale sure loved his secrets. Polo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Even the Manus Master Key won't open it. It's because it's a very special room. It must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the man's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Forbidden key updated. The key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed, there's only one of its kind. Let's present the statue to her. Ultimate QB made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetales Vale and Tenma Town. Token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. The statue. Oh! Originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. Sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Okay, that changes things a lot. So where's the cup portion? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. Guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Ultimate and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. Fox and Demon statue updated. The court record, Jinxie is now the only one who knows what the original looked like. So is there anything else you know about Jinxie? So if I click on this... Really, it doesn't even mention anything about the true depiction of the... No, that's about it. You are lying about something. My bracelet's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... in Justice We Trust? Ghost! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. You here to ask about the whole yokai affair? That's right, specifically want to ask. Oh, but I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, come on, please. My partner's in crime, right? No, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me. My questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then? A Come along, Miss Tenma. To the station with you. He took off the thing as well. Took her away. This is my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. Just hope they let us in now. Alright, I guess they're gonna let us in. I'll attempt to at least. 18 QB Manor Garden. Wait, you're back. Hang on 1 second. You are, let me check something. You, changed your hair color. Yeah, you originally had, your hair color when we first met you was, blonde, now it's blue. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. So glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Well, let's ask him about you-know-what. Yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Something we wanted to ask. Wait, what? Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello? LaBelle here. What the? Those things on your shoulders are cell phones? Oh, I just realized this now, they popped up. That's a really, he didn't have that originally, I don't think. Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Ha ha ha! Surprised! This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ha ha ha! I simply don't have an eye for beauty. Having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So what do you want with me? What was it the blackmail letter to you? What is that? It's a blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman QB. Sent to Mayor Tenma. And? Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say? You happened to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally, you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Well... My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now. Just went on my trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, bud. Did you see Tematara? Both Jinxie and Mr. Fields said that they saw Tematara. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see... Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Fleur LaBelle, saw the demon Temataro. So he did see something. Why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are you talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Temataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Temataro sighting, little Jinxie should be a prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Okay, rumor about Jinxie. So what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. Actually, I want to check. Is I was gonna say, is the blackout? Yeah, it's actually the black metal is gone. And suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. That's so. Well, come to think of it, but life's no good night out, Fox. She had the terror that is mine in despair. Suddenly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tembataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did?
Beware you sealed me away.
We should never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Wait, why did my game just... Oh, never mind, the, bit rate must have just dropped. Wait a second. I think we're back. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings during fasting. I use the same presets that I've always used. I don't know why it does that. I've used the same exact presets. Bitrate of 6,000, yeah, it works fine on Twitch Studio. Fortunately, no, she doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder seems quite fuzzy. Suppose that too was caused by a possession? Maybe. Ha ha ha! So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her making. Now wait a minute. Well, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Well, let's ask Man Tamara about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk to him. Are you done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. Guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? And I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Ah! Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis LaBelle products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, part of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now it's become so popular, it's become an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you, peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product, calling it Couleur de LaBelle. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. Ha ha ha! The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Polo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Couleur de LaBelle, as the court record, hair color that washes out with water. It's Florent LaBelle's own brand, isn't available to the general public. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. Still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. I guess that's it for you. So, off to the map chamber we go. Fox Chamber, Fox Chamber. So, we've got a lot of examination stuff to do, which we usually do anyway. We examine everything as much as we can. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. There's also a stepladder conversation that we need to do here. This is so exciting. Can't wait to see how it works. Do you really think the killer addressed the entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. Should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started. Parate, Apollo Parate. Okay, so this would be, talking to her here would give us clues. I don't want clues, so I'll leave it alone. Because this is similar to what happened last time with Trucy, where if we ask her stuff, she'll give us clues. So we'll avoid that. And plus, this gives us enough clues anyway, so we have to, search the Forbidden Chamber, find out what Jinxie is lying about, and also investigate Jinxie's alleged possession. But before we do that, we have to have a bunch of stuff in here to examine. Alright, let's start again from the... I like that it's retained some of the stuff that I've already looked at, though. Don't think we'll find anything else on this chair. There's carving the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues of him on either side. Where those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, this statue moves. They get carried away now. I mean, who knows? Might trigger a trap. Can handle it. If the spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. Guess if you can catch something that's fast out of the midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. Oh, we have not checked under the table yet. There's actual, that's the top of the statue that we're looking for. That looks like the cup. Hey look, there's something down here. Looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. Might be a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It's a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled onto the table? Some demon statue updated. Token of goodwill made in secret. I'll have to look at what it's updated to now. I guess the information's updated. Nothing's been mentioned in the writing, but now we have the actual cup portion of that. We'll have to click everything anyway, I think. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. Seriously, Dad, you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Nothing here, nothing there. Oh, really? There's something else here? Look at all these feathers. Bloody tracks, too. And we have Jinxie and Mr. Filch's eyewitness reports. The newspaper photo. A yokai is definitely not a shy type, that's for sure. This is bad. Matsuma is scary enough about people thinking he's a yokai. Thank you for the look. I hope that you're enjoying Dead by Daylight. I stopped in for a little bit just to see. It sounds like it's a... I like watching that as well, the thing. But thank you very much for the look. Much appreciated. You must be so close to affiliate as well. Because of, all those views the last couple of days, so keep at it, and we'll definitely get there. I'll try and help the others out too, but it's we'll just see how it goes. I guess we can rotate the air around, see if there's anything else. Gonna take a look behind this door too. Look, the doorknob banged into the wall. Made a big dent too. Wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right, I guess it rules out the old hide behind the door trick. Get the vents. We need to investigate the vent for a optional conversation. Really is no escaping here through the air duct. Here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out. It's not a ladder, Apollo. It's a step ladder. What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them. What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who's right. You're way too competitive. It's not even related to the original issue either. I'm wondering why this is still sparkling. There must be a reason, but we'll check it out in a second. There's a cliff outside the window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. You know, hearing things like that just makes me want to try. Never say never, right? Bet I could get out. I bet I could get out this way. No, wait. Do you have a death wish or something? Not even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. There's such a visually depicted two yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Alderman Kyubi was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma. But he was murdered instead. By somebody who intervened. The man was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been panicked. Blackmailed, sorry. Who knows, if this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. Still nothing here. About this side. Something behind the door here. Just remember this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room. The perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was open. Then when no one was looking, he made his escape. Yeah, is that a costume? Clever trick. Would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was opened. Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. Can we interact with the statue? Guess not. Anything here? Two foxes standing back to back are depicted in this elegant folding screen. Could this have been something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it. And there are two fox statues in front of the door. Maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. Did you find anything, Apollo? Not finding the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. Something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues are in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Okay. I think that means we've investigated everything that's in this room outside of this. So there, one is facing to the left and the other one's facing to the right. Closer inspection. I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen with right analog stick. If I spot anything of interest, I can press X on it to inspect it further. I can also zoom in and out with triangle or circle to get a better look. Let's check every last inch of it. Okay. Doesn't look like the picture here has been cut off on both ends. Now that you mention it, looks like there are supposed to be doors on both ends, but they're cut in half. Maybe those doors symbolize the Forbidden Chamber's door. Yeah, it definitely feels like something significant, but the question is what? I'm thinking it's the doors are flipped, because this is showing one door opening, this is showing another door opening, so... Not really seeing anything else. It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. I don't know why I can't speak today. Definitely getting warmer. Okay, let's take an even closer look. What's this? Looks like a keyhole for something. I think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? Wait, what about that key drawn on the end of the screen? I think the two are related? Key and a keyhole? Just got an idea. If we fold the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. Two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? Well, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me with the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. There we go. There's the, that opens the key. Look. Lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. Now we're in the chamber, I guess. Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could hold, I wonder? Level 18, QB Manor, Forbidden Chamber. Actually, did I? I don't think I got any trophies yesterday. I don't think I did. No, I didn't get any trophies yesterday. For some reason I couldn't remember, but we only did the court thing, so we probably wouldn't have. These doors need some serious oil. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Right. Think about those super good ears of yours. Look, more feathers. There's a lot of stuff in here. I like the look of this one. What the heck is that? Is that a Temataro statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is I don't like it. I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. Not scared, are you? What, at this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves? Staves on that. For some reason I was about to say staves. I don't know what, it's not staves, it's staves. The staff is singular and then staves is plural. Staves. I just said it again. Staff is singular, staves is plural or whatever it is. don't know why I said staves. Yeah, a group of staves. Kind of look like the new stuff. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tamatara carrying? Yeah, I bet a Tamatara impersonator really did come in here at some point. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's search this place. Yeah, we've got a lot to examine. Go from left to right. Stone lantern. Like there's Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch? Looks like these are lit by fire, not electricity, and there is no switch. Oh, here it is. Sitting out of sight. See, Tamatara's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Yeah, there's a bunch of staves there, and it looks like one's missing. Tamataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I have to agree, these look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Tamataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. The fact that he has spare staves are handy, well, shows that he was aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. At least that's my take on it. And this will remind her to deal with her own faults. I won't hold my breath. Oh, I think you're just wasting your time there. Wait, I thought I clicked on this. It's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tamatara has a staff. The Tamatara in the scroll didn't have one. Wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table here. Paul, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. From all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. It's enough, Apollo. It's shuttered and... Wait, there is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure. But it's so dusty, I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. Forbidden Chamber figure as the court record. A figure that had been left inside the Tamatara statue. A thick layer of dust and dirt suggested that it had been there for some time. What's this? Whatever it is, packaging is really gaudy. The fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. It's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Jessu LaBelle? LaBelle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Miss LaBelle was here? Guess so. Why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Tamataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. That same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Tamataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than... Florent LaBelle. Yep, now we've got to prove it. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get to the truth of Mantenma. Hand cream added to court record, an item that was recently dropped in the Forbidden Chamber. It bears the Jessu LaBelle logo. Like feathers, they look exactly like the ones in the Fox Chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tamatara costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. When did the killer get in here? The man snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Well, this is one tough riddle, alright. Looks like an old scroll. There's something drawn on it. Let's Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training? Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Whoa, it's turning into Tamataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tamataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Looks like a gravestone or something. Reads, here lies Tamataro, age 80. Cause of death choked on a chicken bone. Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm not scared. Freak out central right here, baby. Cut it out, widget. It's not less strong in this one. Look, there's an air vent here too. Guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. Wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the case after all. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? Should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tamataro. Yep, that looks like everything. So, ask Filch about Tamataro, investigate the thing as well. We'll go talk to Mr. Filch then. He should be in the foyer, I think. That was where he was before. 18, QB Manor, foyer. It's the ghost! The ghost of Tamataro! You outsiders will know them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will you? What's all this about, a curse? Tamataro's gonna curse us all, unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law? Before you go obeying the superstitions. Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine! No better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. Same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. It's twice you've been caught. You almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. Big jerk. I'm sorry. Guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. Sure. Alright, steal. Can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget. Mercy, mercy. Can't seem to control myself. It's like feeding blood running in my veins. Bathing blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. Hang on a second. This is the same statue. The chamber figure that's here is covered in dust. It's the same statue that he's showing right here. You've got something else to say, I think. None other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of these statues at the scene of the crime. It's more than his grandson, because he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. For his honor, it's the honest truth. Yeah, that statue does look very familiar. The slush and sound of Azuki being scraping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money. Giver outer of wealth, reborn. the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Forbidden Chamber figure updated. Figure discovered in the thing. Apparently, it's something a certain thief leaves at the scene of a theft. Hey, what are you doing with that there figure? Like this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it had been there practically forever. I mean, my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? Forbidden Chamber treasure. What was the Forbidden Chamber's treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by any chance already steal it, did he? See now there was one of his figures in there? That might just be. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Of course. Because he was so righteous. Temataro sighting. Court, you mentioned seeing Temataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry, I didn't come clean right away. Them superstitions got the better of me. People of Nine Tails Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm surprised you wouldn't talk to... not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Temataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I gotta do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Nine Tails Vale? Yep, gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions like a rulebook to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? And you've been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say. Well, I say that's baloney. We want to probably present the village superstitions. We do have the this generational thing here.
Take that!
It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstition will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Nine Tails Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Now you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Okay. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Temataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Temataro. Said if I did, he'd do it to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muscled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid girl. It was on account of that rumor. The one about her being possessed. Remember again? Guess we really do have to talk to Mad Tanner about the possession rumor. Hey, watch it. Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. Oh, we're taking this back now? Kinda like family to me. Could have just asked instead of stealing it. So that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Temataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. So I guess we're going back to the detention center. So still not going back to Jinxie. Back to the detention center we go. So, yeah, unless we have to get information from him, perhaps. To be able to break her, I guess. Why does it keep coming up with this? Well, Temma, your attendants are here to see you, your malevolence. he back to normal again? Why are you speaking like that? Oh, he's back to being normal Tenma. Hey, Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. Seems to be suppressing the demon within me. It's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? I'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Ah. She allegedly left yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Wait, he's able to break through. Kaka! No matches this warding charm for me. The charm? Temataro's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. Probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. Sure. Okay. Rumor about Jinxie. I'd like to ask you about something. We'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tamataro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal? Kaka! No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. If you deny it tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tema's name. But I've already told you, I know not of what you speak. Don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo, you got this one. Think I can prove that she didn't do it? Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. Can really count on her when it counts. The real story. Hey, Tema, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism? Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she's exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last? She did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. That means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So the Tamataro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tamataro's spirit. It's left the man's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Okay, feathers and tracks. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it. I suspect Florent was behind all this. But why? Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tamataro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tamataro. It's crazy. You're saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tamataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. Says the superstition's warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tamataro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence? Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. Kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be my favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caca! Caca! Yes, your malevolence, I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mantenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth. We won't be able to claim the Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. The real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Okay, back in the... Wait, we're in the foyer this time instead of, We're in the foyer this time, and, yeah. Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchi, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, heck. What was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Oh, I ain't cut out for this. Oopsie daisy. Oh, begging your pardon, Miss LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Unbelievable! What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two! Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? The confession to being the Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. Yeah, we want to talk to you. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation with you two had. About how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Filch, you fool! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you are so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told Tenmataro was a jinx, so why would he... I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool! Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting. The special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Right up the schnozzle. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please, anything but another lesson. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. Better go clear that up before tomorrow. Think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over at Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that that's all that's left. There wouldn't be anything else that we have to really work on. We're gonna have to do a perception check, I guess, because of, her thing. Curse of Nine-Tailed Fox! I just infested over time, this venture will be mine! I must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie. Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Phew, guess I can avoid a charm slap by turning down my cords of steel. Did I question you, Jinxie? Oh, on the way back, I stopped in to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, well, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Temotaro. Shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right, for the municipal merger issue. Oh, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers. No fighting. Charm slapped again. Paul, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Okay. What do you remember? Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. If you remembered anything else that seems important. Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you remember something else this time. I opened the door. Papa and Alderman Cubie were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all they said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. I guess this is where we have to do a perception. What is she doing that's... her finger is... Okay, that's what her finger was moving. It's not moving anymore. So is there anything else that I notice? Yeah, her finger was moving. Her finger was like quivering around. Yeah, there it is.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said, that's all you said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Man Timber say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Okay. Now we get to ask her. Well, like I said, you're just talking in your sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could be a little more specific. Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman Cubie." The man actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wished I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Turn to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right, just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? He didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the man confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Paula, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived. Our client even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie is being accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to go to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Ultimate QB and Mad Temma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. The real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. The mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was open. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenmatara. But apart from the Ultimate were the only people there. Didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So, just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenmataro, Florent LaBelle. Right, we'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Okay, to be continued. Guess we're going straight to the trial now. Straight to the trial for the next thing. Save this. Actual thing. Okay. Continue the chapter. From 9:30 AM. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Day 2, court is now in session, all rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Turner. Follow Justice Defense Team Leader is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Jesu Pre. Stripper is over, I see, and in French no less. The prosecution? Oh, back in shackles again. So I guess he's gonna break the shackles. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. Probably realized how Blackwell played him. It was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, his honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have! I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave it the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels? The court? Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? So you don't mind if I do it, then? I'll make a special exception. Just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Kirby, was the Amazing Ninetales. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was the key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Kirby's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only person in that tightly locked room were the defendant and victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party. Further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. One more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Does that not demand some sort of explanation? The further tracks weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed. That was but an act to protect his daughter. Yes, of course. I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted that yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
Prosecutor is engaging me in conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony, then? For I'm ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Temataro farce. Witness testimony? I'll bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. No, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement, now. Yes, sir. Mr. Blackhead, sir. Maybe the hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as a give-up, easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Okay, the yokai is Jinxie. Temataro was really that little maid girl. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. A little run at a big old staff. Seen it when she came into the foyer. But she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know. Alright, again, we're gonna press every statement before we present evidence. So Temataro was short in stature. That's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest of the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defender could never pass for short. What if the Temataro impersonator was walking on their knees? Wasn't no knee walking, I've seen it myself. But perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or of the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this and all that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay, the yokai is Jinxie. Let's press release statements first, just so we get some additional information. Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about a practice yesterday. Did you deny the so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court? No, you got it all wrong. Could Could you tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was? Oh, it was, what was it again? Now I remember. Math. You know, numbers and stuff. He's completely under Blackwell's control, too. Anyway, that Tamatara was that little maid gal, so what's the difference? I mean, the Tamatara I saw was just a little thing about a... Hold it! Whatever this I can remember pressing out. Take it you got a good look at how tall the Tamatara impersonator was. You betcha. Got a habit of sizing people up. Can even give you a primer on how to pull it off. All under the table, nature. Or natch, I should say. Got a knack for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. Size them real good before I relieve them of their valuables. Just admits of being a pickpocket right here in court. Does the witness hold that this Tamataro entered the foyer? Darn right I do.
Hold it!
Oh, you're not going to brush it all off by claiming the purpose, sure. Must have been a raw nerve, cause you ain't that tall yourself. Look who's talking, Mr. I've got to stand on a box just to testify. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you say the Tamatara you saw had a staff? Crossed my heart up to die. I know, because it went a jingle and a jangle. And where do you suppose that staff came from? The staff, you say? Well,
Hold it!
Suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one? Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor. So it had to be the Forbidden Chamber. But really, the stench of LaBelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tamatara. Guess that's what Filch is trying to say. Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to? There is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I got my hunches about that.
Hold it!
Wallop you. And why would the so-called yokai want to do that? Little maid gal never did like me. She always hightails it when it comes around, or she sticks those weird papers in one noggin. Probably thinks of him as the dreaded Tanuki monster of Kyubi Manor or something. We need to prove that Jinxie isn't Tamatara. But I have no idea how we're going to do that. All we have to do is prove that it was impossible for Jinxie to turn to Tamatara. That might be easier than you think. Really? Now's our chance. Chance to expose the real Tamatara for all to see. I'm pretty sure we had the photo. Back to the final statement. So present the full statements. She stole it from the Forbidden Chamber, which we can't. We didn't have the key for this, so we present the key. How could she have done that?
Objection!
See, the Tamatara was in fact not this innocent little girl. How you figure that? Claim the Tamatara you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tama to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The man swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the forbidden chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the man's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the forbidden chamber. Sure, the Tematara seen holding that stuff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. I'm gonna turn the light on because it is like the glare is starting to get to me, and also it's gonna be weird though because I guarantee that the light is gonna like go off and on, so it's fine. It's just like I. It's still bright enough outside as it is, but I've turned the light on just in case, like, when it gets to, when it gets to darker, I will, what am I trying to say? When it, not when it gets to darker, when it, slow down. When, the glare was getting to me a little bit, so maybe I just have to step away a bit. At least if the glare comes again, I will have the light on, ready to go, and the curtains closed, so we'll just, see how it goes. We should be okay now. If something happens, it's no big deal. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tematara? Now, Tematara impersonated is other than man Temazaki.
Objection!
Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Tematara impersonator. The hand cream. Yeah, the hand cream.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. We know that whoever was Tematara took one out of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we are looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? Glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis in this piece of evidence. Might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, your boldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You called, Prosecutor Blackwell? Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well then, I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Fleur LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd! Prosecutor Blackwell, not gonna like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Temataro's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... wasn't the one who went to the Forbidden Chamber.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little Tanuki! Explain yourself, now! Sure, then Prince Armine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who went to the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? Got a problem with it? You fool of a Tanuki! Order! Order! Mr. Justice Cutter, explain what this could mean. Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean the Tamataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Hang on one second. Before we go and figure out whose fingerprints are on what and who's doing this, I got two raids. Hang on one second. Is it gonna play the second one? There we go. 2 raids. I've got to do double shoutouts. I've never had this happen before. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, raiders. From both streams. We are in the midst of trying to solve this crime, and we're almost at the end, it looks like. So I need to give a couple of shoutouts before we continue. First to Serrata for the raid of 6, and then L for the raid of 7. Let me just give you a couple of shoutouts real quick. Welcome in, everyone. We are nearly at the end of the next trial. I do a lot of platinum speedruns and Switch games. A whole bunch of things like that. Speedruns, Plat reaction videos. There we go. Hope that the World War Z Aftermath games were good. So yeah. Both of you get shoutouts. Thank you very much for the raids, and thank you, welcome in everybody from their streams. Hope that everyone's doing well this evening. Well, afternoon for me, evening for probably most of the US and UK viewers. About to get into the bottom of this case. I am doing voices for the characters, so it might be a little bit distracting. Thank you very much for the raids. I've never had 2 raids at the same time before, that I can recall at least. Mr. Filch's Tamataro. Don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself to the stand this instant. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tamataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nine Tails Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tamataro costume. I'm loving all these emotes, seeing them. I don't have my own emotes, unfortunately, so I can't, just drop a bunch of those, but, I like seeing all these new emotes. Yep, after the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's where I looked at the Tamataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it to me while I'm wearing it. Because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. Thank you, Filet Fish, for the follow as well. Seen you in Serrata's chat a lot recently. It's always nice to talk to you. In other words, use the superstition to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the treasure there. Thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it. Treasure? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. And then not knowing his grandfather had always pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Yeah, but there's so many people. I have to put this out there. Like, there have been so many people that I have met just through being in Sarada's stream, just chatting in Sarada's stream. Like, I do have to thank him a lot for a lot of my follows and raids and all that sort of stuff. Like, I do have to thank him a lot for that because of a lot of that stuff. Like, I think without those, I probably wouldn't be as high up in the average that I would be in a lot of the viewership as well. So I do greatly appreciate that. But hey, that's what I said. I think if anybody was ever having to like needing like help with that sort of stuff, it's like we seem to always raid the similar targets and stuff. Like, I think it's gotten to the point where the I mean, we all are, but at the end of the day, it's like if everyone's helping out each other, it's like we're gonna get there much faster than like, put it this way, there's 7,000 people in that one group. There's 7,000 people in that one group. How many of them are gonna reach how many of them have reached affiliate via just that group versus like the connecting and all that stuff? Now, we're all waiting for Sarada to have a 3,000 person raid, and then he's gonna become really famous. That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that. He has to get onto, that Resident Evil, Chris playthrough. He has to do that, and he has to get, like, 3,000 people watching. Yeah, he has to do that for everyone. Throw the air vent in the foyer. Vince left the alderman's picture. Went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the forbidden chamber, I did. What? How's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the forbidden chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. I mean, that is a simple way to get affiliated, is, hey, if you get, like, a 3,000 person raid, you're probably gonna get there. Just regardless of that, but how many people can bank on that happening in their entire career? Or, thing in general? It's just not possible. Like, the highest I got was, like, 90, and then it immediately went down to 12. Like, just because of, natural drop-off of viewers like that leave because then they watch that specific streamer, for example. So Tomataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. But back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? Got out of that costume real quick. Wouldn't you just cause trouble at that point? Where is that costume now? Like, if I know, it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? No way, but maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Okay, well, it would have to be the window. That's the only way that it'd be, because they would have checked the foyer. Upstairs they would have checked everything. And then something, I'm guessing that he used the window. This is still open. Has to be. Just toss it out the window. So that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. Think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go down, do something like that? Think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, the next question would be, what happened to it after that? If I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove it. Or to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch? I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Tamataro costume from the window. It would be the paper.
Take that!
Tamataro flying through the sky. How does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? Well, we all can't be the guy. One of us has to. The only way to settle this is Mortal Kombat, right? That's the only way to settle it. Fight to the death? Well, I'm pretty sure I would win that because of my natural evasion to creatures of inflicting death here. I don't think you have to deal with any of that. So Tamataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. It's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you? Yeah, Sarada's just a hater. Don't hate, appreciate. All my haters love me, right? It's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. Costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tamataro really was a flight of fancy. So there never really was a yokai. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Going to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent LaBelle's take the stand.
Objection!
Chafing the sword a bit early, are we not? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
The Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't it? Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed down the hall. Means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't open until after the crime was discovered. Wait. So I don't know who opened it. I really need to update my, I need to update my goal as well, because it's telling me on screen that I have 183 followers, and even when I get a new follower, it doesn't update, and yet my OBS tells me I got 189. So I think I might have to update Streamlabs to fix that. update Streamlabs or just forcibly change the goal so it says what the actual number is, because I'm like 6 followers ahead of the goal. But I guess we'll just leave it at that for now. I'll fix it when I get closer to the goal. I'll fix it when I get to 194. That way I know that it's accurate, I guess. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
I miss Twitch Studio. Twitch Studio would actually would update everything properly, so I would know how many followers and stuff I have. This Streamlabs goal doesn't do that accurately. It seems to only go up when someone follows while I'm streaming or I've got OBS up. Any other follows I get off of stream doesn't update my the goal for some reason. The Forbidden Chamber open. Did you see the accused passed out there? Nope, only one there was the alderman. He was dead as a doornail. The accused wasn't there? What do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh, don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenmark.
Hold it!
Wait a second. There has to be somebody else besides Man Tenman here. Really? And who might that be? Well, that would be...
Objection!
Seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. Didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to detail. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry, guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber. One of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. By virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? It's the Joker. The Joker doesn't add up. So, this case alone has had so many wacky characters. Wrestlers, possessed demons, this guy's basically a superhero, a thief, the Joker, and then an edgy, prosecutor who's actually a convicted criminal. So it's this character. Why, that's the defense agent, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? Keep breaking my voice characters for some reason. True, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Miss LaBelle at the time. In short, Miss LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? Reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here, neither. It's all Miss LaBelle's idea. Told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. In return, he vouched for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Aw, shucks. Mercy, Your Honorship, mercy. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch is none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We'll take a 20-minute recess. After which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Alright, so... spoilers for anyone who hasn't wasn't here before, we got told who the person who committed the crime was at the start of the game. At the start of this case. The game essentially spoiled itself. I think they only do it for the first couple of cases because the idea is they want you to get used to the game before they start giving you more stuff to watch, I guess. That's probably the best way to explain it. So we already know who the killer is, but we have to still solve the crime and prove that it still happened. Did it, Apollo? Finally dragged Mr. LaBelle to court. Hey, why the long face? Can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. Really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch. Had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. Wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next. So chin up, Apollo. Chin up indeed. 19th, 11 AM, District Court, courtroom number 4. Alright, now we're gonna take down the Joker. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Oh, by the way, he has, cell phones on his, suit. I can't remember what do they call those, things in the suit that puff up the shoulders? I can't remember what they call those. But yeah, he's got those on. This guy's thinking, big brain here. If I'm going to, have a phone, I'm going to stick them onto my, shoulder. Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. Seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Ha ha ha! Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, the accused. Like the poor man hasn't suffered enough. What business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man. Let's make this as brief as possible. Your boldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. I think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so I may go now. I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
Don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. See, as his personal aide, I thought I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant, how dare you accuse me of the beautiful people of being?
Objection!
Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering! Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Be gone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again? Oh my! Spare me, please. So much for sturdier shackles. Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This keeps keeping your head on in court and your whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accursed death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. This goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. So I told Prosecutor Blackpool during the recess. I rushed right over to the fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. Then, drum roll, please. Saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber's doors. There you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phoenix Village. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor was barely conscious. What did this? Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. He confessed. Yeah, that's not good. Confession isn't good. Order! Order in the court! This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. Don't believe Mr. Lavelle heard the mayor confess. What? This is really true. Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. But testimony is quite favorable to the prosecution's. This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about my party reservations. That's right. And I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's conviction gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor in his defense. Ah! Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. Alright, testimony time. Let's get things going. So we have to try and expose him as the killer. So, what LaBelle saw. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. On learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came too, stood up and opened the Forbidden Chamber. So I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. Hey, more best viewers on Twitch. No, the best viewers on Twitch are the ones that are actually watching me, not the ones that post up spam things. Be gone. I'm sorry that I always keep getting these I keep getting these bots. They only ever come in when I have a certain amount of viewers, it seems like. I think they're just programmed to only find channels that have so many views. So it's weird. It's just I fear to be accused if I mention coming up with that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up like this game? Better do something before the judge declares the man guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yeah, I always ban those, because one, they don't even count as a view, so if you ever get those links for the viewers on Twitch, they don't even come in counting as a viewer, so there's no point in even having them there, and also just because, like, reporting them to Twitch isn't gonna do anything, so I just ban them. Hopefully that means that they go away, but reporting them takes way too long. And they're not gonna do anything about it anyway.
Hold it!
How did the man confess to his daughter? You sure about that? Peasant, you wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. True beauty is never wrong. It's not. No, beauty is carved deep in the DNA. I also just realized now his hair color has changed again. So his hair color started blonde at the start. When we were doing the investigation, it was like a dark blue, and then now it's green. So it really does look like the Joker. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong. Not following. These exquisite ears, like flowers of bloom. These eyes that shine like pearls. This hair like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold. Right. The witness will hurry up and explain this truth of his. Specifically, what did Jinxie Temma do upon hearing the confession?
Hold it!
How did Mr. Temma appear to you? Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. Couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that. Actually sympathize with Jinxie. Seems like an overtly human emotion for him. Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far, in looks and in character. The next thing I did was check my face in the mirror. Checked your face? Why? To behold the beauty that is my sadness, why else? Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity. I know the feeling, but hang in there, at least keep faith in our client. Let's keep this moving, shall we? What happened next?
Hold it!
Always press every statement because we get additional dialogue and also additional information to be able to solve the crime at hand as well. He opened the forbidden chamber, but why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon Tamataro.
Objection!
Courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter toodles. Now, where were we again? You're going to tell us the real reason why the man opened the forbidden chamber. Oh yes, of course. Hello, this is LaBelle. Oh, good one, sir. You're an absolute riot. Okay, bye. You were saying? Never mind. This is a waste of time. You're just going to tell me more lies. The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber. Well, after that...
Hold it!
What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, I can't see, I can't see! It's the curse of Tamataro! Then he took off running like a madman. Must have been blinded by the sun light flooding him. Wrong. What? He set eyes upon me! And was thus blinded by my radiant beauty. So it was the curse of Florent Bell rather than Tamataro. Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal. The only thing criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Tamataro and... Is that a... Wait, I was just gonna say... I was just gonna say, is that a Pikachu twerking? It's like, yeah, it pretty much is. It's a twerking Pikachu. That is what it was. Twerking Pikachu. So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tematara ran up toward the foyer. Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Tematara, right? She did? She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the office. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone was, Jinxie would have seen him, where she was returning from making her call. Right. If she saw him, she would have definitely asked for help. Right, it just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. Yeah, so it'll have to be the, fifth statement. If we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, man, Temra is as good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. You need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over if we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. It'd have to be the fifth statement because of the stuff with Jinxie. We want to present Jinxie's statement. Because this would this is what she had said about her.
Objection!
So the next one we have to press is the fourth statement, but I will avoid the fourth one just so that I can get the... I will avoid the fourth statement so that I can get the extra dialogue, otherwise we're going to miss out on some of those. Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. Ah! What on earth do you mean? Yes, Curtis and the rest of us, Mr. Justice. Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hole with the phone on it. He would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she merely went to call the police. And after making her call, she went back to the main hallway. Whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. So for me, I call it filched in a Tematara costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. So Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled there, feigning escape from the yokai imposter. Why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber, where else? Isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor. That means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence.
Oh, I just realized now the, Actually, no, stop. I thought for a second he'd broken the shackles. Foolish fop. A true man knows when he's beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before the foe, the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwood, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwood's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki. Without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do! I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that. It's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. Better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. Okay, in the Fox Chamber. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder. But I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the maid groan and hid behind the folding screen then. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Why yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so we could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Paulo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Okay, we want to avoid pressing the fourth statement because that will progress the thing, so I'll skip the fourth one. Just so we get the extra bit of information.
Hold it!
Why in the world would you enter that grisly crime scene? Why? Because I was worried sick. My Themis suit. It what? It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it. This man clearly has his priorities in order. Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now where was I? Oh yes, so I entered the Fox Chamber almost without thinking.
Hold it!
I wish you could, like, skip the stuff, but it's because it's technically counted as second. I think the only time you can skip it fast is if you've already heard the text. In this case, because we heard the text, but it wasn't in green, it's technically considered separate text, I believe. That might be why. Why didn't you enter right away? Ruin my designer's shoes? Shoes? Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear. Sends chills down my spine. That's why I hesitated.
Objection!
It's terrible. The man was dying and now they're injured. You're worried about your shoes?
Silence!
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We're not teaching morality here. We have schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits. Now you listen to me, you deceptive dandy. Get to the point and be quick about it. Yes, well I was there in the Fox Chamber, but...
Hold it!
Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself? Oh my, so you do understand. I do? By hiding, I was considering my fabulous beauty, which for the sake of the universe, is something I should never ever do. That's what you were thinking, right? Sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate this mental process another time. Get on with the rest of the testimony. Now. Well, regarding the murder scene. Okay, we'll skip this one because it leads to progression in the actual case. And then we'll press.
Hold it!
May have been knocked out by a blow to the head. Could he really have opened the forbidden chamber in that state? Well, it did seem difficult. He was all woozy and stumbling around as he opened it. Such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on despite myself. I think the man needed medical attention more than a cheerleader. I think he's telling the truth about being there in that room. Well, I believe he was there. The question is, when did he enter? You mean, did he enter after Jinxie fled? Or was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, that would change everything. Right. If he was there before the murder, that would make him a suspect. How do we go about proving that? Well, I guess we ask about what happened there. Anyway, let's press him and see what kind of info we can extract from him. Let's cross our fingers that he says or reveals something incriminating. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder. Actually, why am I doing this now? I've already pushed the right option.
Hold it!
Already went through these. Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? What exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask about is the feathers and tracks, the forbidden chamber, or the murder weapon. I guess we would want to ask about if he was there. Not the chamber itself. Probably not the tracks and feathers, because he already mentioned that, I believe, and we already know that they were there after the scene. So I would say the murder weapon. Actually, I want to check something. Is this? No, it doesn't. Notes only appear while you're in. Notes only appear while you're in the exploration phase. Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Kyubi. Then there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mertenna. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh right, the statue. Why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find that statue inspiring? Ha ha ha! Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. He is saying that he saw the statue intact, whereas in fact the statue was not intact because the actual cup was broken off once it was used as a weapon, so that's false as well. Broken statue next to a bloody corpse, real inspiring. Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Is it important? Yes, it is very important. As usually you always say, believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. The statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill, celebrating the municipal merger.
Hold it!
Token of goodwill? Are you referring to the Fox and Demon statue? Yes, the statue of the Alderman allegedly used to strike back at Mayor Tedner. The mayor trampled down municipal goodwill, only to be clobbered by its symbol. It's quite ironic, don't you think? And that's when that symbol of goodwill was transformed into a symbol of conflict. Yeah, I think that's the thing here, because if he saw it as if he was saying that he was there after the murder, he wouldn't have seen the symbol of goodwill because the actual figurine would have already been broken. So presents the actual statue. Lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? Said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? Two yokai are joining hands in goodwill. As if they were celebrating a municipal merger. Something the matter? So how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice, Dono, explain yourself, and make it quick. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? Only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form. Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime? Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Kirby. Order! Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to add in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me? The embodiment of beauty. Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it. I...
Silence.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo? Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Kirby told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine. Oh!
Objection!
I don't think that's true either, because the only person who knew was Jinxie. That's specifically mentioned in one of these things, I believe. Where is it? One of these things with Jinxie actually mentioned something about she was... Yeah, here. A token of goodwill, Jinxie is the only one who knows what the original looked like. I think they said she's now the only one. Oh, right, no, because the alderman knew. Yeah.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the time of the crime. Has... Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp's statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. Dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not have possibly been in that locked room. This has a lot of twists and turns about how they're gonna get around to it. Just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? Proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right? Your boldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant had already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. The role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But... Your boldness? This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It's high time you brought down the hammer of justice. Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma. Yeah, not so fast. It's not over yet. Caca! Caca! It would seem my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma. Counselor, there is a matter of which I must testify. I recall it not only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh right, that must mean me. Does he finally remember what happened before that blow to his head? But he left Dundra stand there, seize him! It's not good, I can't restrain him. Caca! Caca! Know me in despair. For I am Temataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai. Mr. Justice, do something! It's been am I responsible for court security? Well, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Temma, or should I say Mr. Temataro? Testimony, please. I should now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Temma. Heed these words, mortals, for fear... for hear them, but once you shall, caca, caca! The rule of demonkind. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly two yokai did appear. On one side, I Temataro, rule of demonkind. On the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. So was the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes. Indeed, all was in darkness. The part about Temataro and the nine-tailed fox being there. Yes, that too. Temataro towered overhead and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. Cool animal abuse, Your Honor. Would seem the defendant's recollection not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. It's half dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Maybe I can help you. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. Sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us. Again. Alright, Mood Matrix time. So now we've got to tell all the emotions for the characters. So, barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness, that's sadness. Suddenly two yokai appear, so sadness and surprise. On one side, I Temataro of Demon Contact, still sad and surprised. Okay, so this one here is suspicious because of why would he be feeling happiness of the mortal enemy being here? So it should be happiness, I would think. Pinpoint, happiness. Like, why are you feeling happy about this? So if it's your mortal enemy... when the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. Long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. I was thinking it was like happy to fight his enemy maybe, but it's still the one that makes no sense. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. Creaking door? Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. Does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was open. What about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Temataro towering overhead. Maybe the man wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Man, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? The Forbidden Chamber.
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it'll make sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. Towering Temataro you saw, most likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Why yes, that would explain it. darkness and the star from the demon's grasp. Even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the Amazing Nine-Tails. The Amazing Nine-Tails? First, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, I must most clearly do I recall it. It was the Amazing Nine-Tails that did open the Forbidden Chamber's doors. Okay, 60% noise. Sorry I asked. Amazing Nine-Tails? That was the victim, Alderman Kyubi, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter it on an update. So that's still the same. Info update. Those are still both the same. With the darkness of mighty statue of Tematari looked ahead, sorry. Suddenly the door did open and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. So you're happy, surprised because of the thing, and also happy because the light shone through. I'm guessing that's Plat's fault. And the Amazing Nine-Tails had come to the rescue. Happiness, surprise, but sadness. The sadness here would probably be off. Why would you be feeling sad if he came to the rescue?
Got it!
Yeah. When the Amazing Nine-Tails opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but you also felt shock and sadness. Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recall something of that nature. I believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red. When I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did explicitly wash over me. Okay, still got one more thing to close up with that. Cape of Red. Power level, reduce the noise level. But if there's still a little left... Matema, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why, indeed. What could this mean? Guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise. When someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Paulo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. It's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction, here comes justice. Oh, are we getting a... I was gonna say, what are we getting now? We're getting a, Oh, this is a testimony, but we can't, do anything with it. So, barely conscious was Damien there in the Forbidden Chamber. The darkness of mighty statue... oh, it's the same thing. So never mind, we can, just skip this. We pick what we want to pick, here. Amazing Nine-Tails had come to the rescue. So we want to present the glossy here. Because I'm pretty certain he didn't have a cape. Or at least if he did, it was different. Yes, he didn't have a cape. He had the Nine-Tails as his thing.
Objection!
Said the Amazing Nine-Tails cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw. Athena, does this cape look red to you? It certainly does not look red, not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So he mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness you mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he wouldn't have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know, could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? I thought for a second it was the red. The red could have been the actual crime scene. Yeah, because of the.
Take that!
That's the only thing that's red here is the actual blood. Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tanner, that what you saw was the Alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. Oh, it's all flashing back now, so okay. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the Alderman's bloody body. Okay, info updated. Oh, I get it now. So that means that... Okay, that's what they meant. Okay. Get rid of the noise. Noise level is down to 0. He's remembered everything now. So, does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman Cubid? The Alderman was the amazing Ninetales, so exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. Oh, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. Sure, but at the time of the crime, a client was in the Forbidden Chamber, moreover.
Silence!
Don't you think don't you think this is strange? The little scamp had already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said naught about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. Just had to bring that up, didn't you? Dixie didn't see the bell there either. So weird. Who really was in that room then? Did the French care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defense testimony and his daughters? Yes, we can. Yes, of course. I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Man Temma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two acts are crucial to my explanation. So let's consider the following question. The facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene. Why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Man Tenma? Very good question indeed. And I suppose you have an answer for us? Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken the bell for the man? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. She has, in fact, misremembered the event. What could have made her do so? Jinxie was confused. She got the rooms mixed up. I don't think either. So it had to have been this. LaBelle was disguised as Tenma. Because if we already don't think that she was confused, and also if the rooms were mixed up, that would not make sense with what other things that we have seen and what they have also said. So there's no way to get the things mixed up. So I think it has to be this. Figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. His flout label disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unlike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pass. Never mind, we got hit with the sword. You okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your boldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict. If you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? Don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. Versus masks were more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. There were matches where wrestlers battled for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your masks torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others, and these facts turn things around. We got it all backwards. Apollo, I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your boldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof, they never did and they never will. But it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. You can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father, why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anybody about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mad Tenma's secret identity. Shocking secret that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mad Tenma's secret identity. It would be the, what have we got? The secret identity would be the mask. Because it would be the reason for that is because of the hair that they found in the mask. Yeah.
Take that!
What absolute crap! What absolute claptrap! Poppycock, balderdash! Thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetales and the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales Vale. And it was the basis of the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. And Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. It was the amazing Ninetales. What's this? You best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you've derived such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the Amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? Anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Why did you simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
Masked Wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. And by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold. That's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the man who he had also drugged into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman Cuby was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The man never actually confessed.
Silence.
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber. So we could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. So the Amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. Second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Temataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind a trail of feathers and tracks. He gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. No one left to witness the events that had occurred. Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
Man was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. This is madness! No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except the killer as insane as his plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am. Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Oh, you were the one who interjected. Ah! You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Temmer is not the amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? That's just... Even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tematara right here and now. Why, you would dare reveal the secret? Ha 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 ha! My good friend the Alderman told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions now, would it? Truth behind Tematara? What are you talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say I'm the amazing Ninetales, I dare you.
Objection!
Somebody please explain what's going on here. Mayor Temmer will do anything to keep the truth behind Tematara a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. If the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth. Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Paula, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not? Alright, this testimony time. So I want to avoid, I pretty much press all the statements, I think. Just because of, I think usually they only go to about 4 or 5 statements, so just did the last one, I guess. Amazing Ninetales true identity. The amazing Ninetales true identity is not Mayor Temmer. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. If he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tematara right here and now. That would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Temmer is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. Aha! And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tematara. We're so close, I know it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. The amazing Ninetales true identity. Alright, all the statements get pressed because the fifth one's the one we want to progress. So, we'll read all these first. This whole case only makes sense if the mayor is the amazing Ninetales. I know you used this mask to create this illusion of a locked room murder.
Silence!
Nothing more than idle speculation. You've no evidence now, have you?
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle knows what this statue originally looked like. That means he had to be in the Fox Chamber while it was still locked tight. Sorry, but I heard about the statue of Mortimer Kyubi. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, but what's that? The Ottoman's dead! Ha! Looks like the joke's on you, my sweaty little friend. Polly, you mind if I wring his neck? I didn't lie, because I'm going first. Temper, anyway.
Hold it!
The only nonsense here in this court is you and your assertions. Such anger is terrible for the skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart. Excuse me? I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps this fragrance will help the blossom within you bloom. Ha 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 ha! You liked that, didn't you? Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony, before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers. Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted attorney here is utter nonsense.
Hold it!
Better you'd be arrested, wouldn't you? Yes, it's true. I'd be sacrificed upon the altar of justice despite my innocence. What a terrible loss that would be for the future of humankind's cosmetic needs. Here's a tragedy that must be averted. Defend me if you understand this.
Silence!
And in terrible loss is the time wasted by your ceaseless yammering. If you would assert the tragedy awaiting you in that vexing visage of yours, then. Yes, I know. Get on with my testimony. Anyhow, suffice to say, should the mayor admit that the offense is nonsense, I will make good on my threat and...
Hold it!
Just how did you learn of this so-called truth behind Tamataro? Alderman Kyubi told me all about it. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tamataro. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. Lavelle? Because of the Alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was hospitalized. He appreciated it so much he shared the secrets with me. Wait, did he threaten the Alderman in addition to the mayor? Don't tell me that's how he learned how to open the Forbidden Chamber. Needless to say, I'm not bother revealing the truth behind Tamataro.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Tamataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tamataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstition were written down in the first place. And everyone coming to the village if you dream. Is that a warning not to expose the truth? There we go, that's the line. Ah! Bingo, and that truth is Tamataro was a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole Battle over Nine-Tails Vale is all about. Tamataro is a great fortune? Come to think of it. Only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tamataro actually be Mayor Tenma or the Forbidden thing? Well, we've already said that we don't think that it's Tamataro's, Mayor Tenma, so... Tamataro could be the Forbidden Chamber treasure, because we did find that in the area, if you recall. Telling the visuals that Tamataro is a terrifying yokai. It's what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Ah! Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tamataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tamataro exists. Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tamataro exists. So, we can, that should be where we present the treasure, I think. So, in other words, tragedy wouldn't occur at all if there was no Tamataro. Yes, I suppose so, but that's wishful. This is the bell, yes? Mm-hmm. You don't say. long as Temataro exists, huh? How's the man supposed to admit to his secret identity now? Well, we have to find a way to make him say it, or our entire case unravels. There must be a hole in the Bell's testimony somewhere. Should be this one. Present the... this.
Objection!
So the Bell, what if Temataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Temataro no longer existed? Ah! What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Temataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Temataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? Looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Izuki Kozo figure. Great Thief Izuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Temataro has been stolen? Yep, Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. You? No! My beautiful golden Temataro is... The greed inspired by Temataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Temataro. For he said to me, the gold ingot was gone. Gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Temataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Temataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town. To drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-filled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Also, it was that the yokai Temataro came to be. Temataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Temataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man just lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale, a thing so terrible that Temataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village, to which we owe our very existence. Temataro would never seek to take Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that is quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Man, now that we know Temataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it! Please, no! Begone, you demented demon! Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the Amazing Ninetales, is indeed me! That means, Jinxie? Yes? man wearing the man's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber, was he wearing the amazing Nine-Tails mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. Said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman Kyubi that day, so... So it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Each Rube Goldberg machines had less elaborate setups than the Bell scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Truth facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mantema did not kill Alderman Kyubi. Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant? No!
Silence.
It's not over yet. Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses. A dull blade incapable of even cutting a cake. Yes, you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. But, they're right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. Ah, wait a second. Has his hair color changed again? I just noticed this. His hair color was green when the trial started. His hair color was this when we first met him. Then it went blue. Then it went green like the Joker. Now it's back to being this color. His hair color is constantly changing. I only just noticed this now. I don't know if it was just if it's happened across the. I don't know when that. I would need to go back in time to see when this hair color changed, because I didn't even notice it until now. It's the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh crud, do I have anything conclusive? Of course we do. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. Just the conclusive evidence we need too. Going to finally prove Mantema innocent. Here comes justice. Let's review the facts. Wait a second. This is completely new. This is a new thing. Most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the older one was killed because he was in the Amazing Nine-Tails. But as we know now, of course, we were way off. Amazing Nine-Tails is really Mantema. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Nine-Tails collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts we have. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. He didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? Yes, the Amazing Nine-Tails mask does. Clue inside the mask. Oh, I know, the Amazing Nine-Tails mask was found and washed up along the river. What sort of clue does this mask hold? It was white hair. Okay. We originally thought it was golden fur, but it's actually, white hair inside of it, yeah. And And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Well, it can't belong to Rex Kyubi because he's not the Amazing Ninetales. It has to belong to Florent LaBelle. This reminds me of the stuff from this happens in I think Danganronpa as well. White hair is LaBelle's. Right, that hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I can call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Kyubi. Yes, but the Amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white-haired type, because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who's made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, the last piece of evidence will solve all the remaining clues. It should be the... this. The color, because the hair color specifically washes out with water.
Take that!
That! What is that? And remember, he's the only one who has access to it as well. This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. Paul will also recall that the Amazing Ninetales mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. So this, are you saying that preening peacock's hair color is? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. Thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. White hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Kyubi. You! Peasant! How dare you! You profaned my beauty! I'm gonna exterminate you like I did the... No! My makeup! Okay. Is it gonna spray it so much that it goes into a different color? There we go. There's his natural hair color. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off. This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished! Washed up! Stick a fork in me! I'm done! This is preposterous! My Simon Blackwell defeated? Oh, right, he's probably like undefeated as a prosecutor as well, so we've just caused him to lose a case. Order! Order! Order in the court! Yeah, this would... most of the time the prosecutors have never lost. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Florent LaBelle? The defaced man is withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmataro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Nine Tails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the Amazing Ninetales saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see, but what I still can't comprehend is why he would go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he did his beauty with makeup, his mind with debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such ferocity. Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway. I see, very well then. I believe it's time I declare the verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty. Now we get our confetti celebration. Oh, there we go. He's still acting like he's possessed. Court is adjourned. April 19, 1:23 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see it coming. Just got lucky, I guess. Banished Tenmataro from Ninetales Vale like he was some kind of exorcist. Still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mad Tenma too? Could have set it up so the man murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. Something about that too. But I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the Amazing Ninetales' true identity himself. Why? Because the mayor was the Amazing Ninetales. If LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the rest of his popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the Amazing Ninetales was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right, then when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. An insanely intricate plot. Caw, caw! Most excellent job clearing my name. Feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Tenmataro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? Tenmataro, be gone! Trixie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back! Yes, it would seem Tenmataro was no match for you. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Father's a 3-man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the Amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though. Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the Amazing Ninetales, my fanbase will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, not the reason for my secret identity. Don't see how I could possibly continue. I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. So now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? Big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Damien Temmer, the man behind the mask. And to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me? But I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor of their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest dad. You're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie? Here, I think you'll be needing this. The mask.
Take that!
Yeah. Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. Don't want to keep my fans waiting. Hey, we get a, thing as well. He transformed in midair. Well.
Nine Tails Veil forever!
Nine tails, everyone now. Victory! Sure, if they can settle the problems between Tamatan and Nine Tails Veil. Me too. Sure, they'll be fine, after all. The blackmailer slash killer is behind bars and the merchant of Granition. Plus, the amazing Nine Tails is obviously still a hit. And I suspect Nine Tails Veil will be too. It's all because we believed in our client. Just like you said. There is one thing that I noticed as well. We did not use another piece of evidence. No, we did use this. Actually, no, we did use both. Because this was the final. For some reason, I was like, we didn't use the evidence, but we did. Now we got that one in the bag. Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. Been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo. You might have to start looking up at me. Definitely past my growth phase. You should be you should be about past yours too. Kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories, huh? Just let them try and stick on me. Alright, already you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldoon's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know. Hey, they're referencing the previous game. They're going back to Eldoon's Noodles for some food. That's a reference to the previous game. I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? Noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Hey, thanks, boss. Won't let you down. Tina has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together. Felt like nothing could bring us down after that. Dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along. Right there, behind us. First time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. Could you get a trophy in a second for completing the actual case, hopefully? Alright, there's the title card, or the end card. Save our game. There's the trophy. Sink the trophy because I don't want to run the risk of stuff not glitching, because of it. Sometimes that has happened in the past. Not on stream, but I have had some story trophies glitch and not. I've had a trophy unlock. The system turned itself off, and then I've gone back on there to see if it was still there, and it no longer existed. And Turnabout Academy. No idea how that
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
Okay, October 24th, 1:25 PM, Themis Legal Academy. Nothing's really the same. No, I'm gonna be late. Phew, finally. So this is it. The illustrious Themis Academy, or Legal Academy. It's the place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors got their start. The news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney badge back. He received a call from the school asking him to pay a visit. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we'd learn something from the experience. No, I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late. This is not our business today. After all, today's their school festival. So 24th, 1:29 PM. Themis Legal Academy. First floor hallway. Wow, this place has school festival written all over it, literally. Culpable curry art exhibit. Prosper in something classy cafe. Guilty dogs. Just Delia's Diner, mock trial, there's a live band playing. Why are they called stairs? Is it because everyone's in a school uniform except me? I like the way I dress. I wonder where Mr. Wright and Apollo are. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. Students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Sounds like a mock trial is about to start. But where's the lecture? Wait, where's the lecture hall? Sounds like a mock trial is about to start, but where's this lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe I'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. October 24, 1:33 PM. Themis Legal Academy. Third floor lecture hall. I like this look. This is a... I hope that we, It would be really cool if, like, we hold the murder trial here. That would be really cool if they did that, because I like the look of this. This looks really modern, like a lot more of a modern take in a courthouse. Actually, it looks really, really good. Well, when I say modern take, I mean a more modern take in terms of, like, the technology used, because, like... This must be the lecture hall. Well, they spent some serious money on this place. District Court can't even compete. Hey, Athena, over here. Mr. Wright, Apollo. I've been looking for you two. I'm so sorry I'm late. So we're playing as Athena in this case. We're playing as Athena this time. Okay, sorry we couldn't wait for you. Didn't want to be late for our meeting. Okay, for you, the person who we're supposed to meet also seemed to be running late. Mr. Wright, Mr. Justice, seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. Okay, I've got to think of a voice for this guy now. He seems like he looks like he'd be like Socrates or something like this, where it's like he's soft-spoken and... But then again, he also seems like he's a judge-like as well. What am I going to do for a voice for this character? He sounds like a judge, though. That's the issue. It's like... I don't know how would I have him sound? How unprofessional of her to keep visitors to our esteemed institution waiting like this. Shall make her right, I will not. Oh, who do we have here? Alright, you haven't been introduced yet. Ah yes, you must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I am Aristotle Means, professor of this hallowed hall of learning. I oversee the lawyer course here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Athena Sykes. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. It's nice to meet you too. How wonderful. So vigorous and vivacious. You just earned yourself a gold star. Wow, thanks. That big smile of his is kind of scary though. Yeah, that is what do I get the feeling that this guy's face could be like ripped off to reveal like the Joker or something? Like this guy's face looks like something that a serial killer would wear, or a bank robber. Someone that was like trying to conceal their identity. One of those like fake plastic, you know, the plastic masks. Looks like the mock trial's about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Speaking of the mock trial, do either of you know what it's about? Oh, but I thought we had a pamphlet to your office. Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened to that? Won't be seeing it again. Choose to use it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Also check this as well. So, Aristotle Means, age 45, a lawyer course professor at the Academy. His smile is somewhat scary. Fortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Well, it seems I had better explain the situation then. Thank you, Professor. Just talk to you. Themis Legal Academy. Now, does anyone have any questions? I do, Professor. Could you tell me about your school? What an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking. Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course. Likewise, budding prosecutors take the prosecutor course, and future judges the judge course. Well, you have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law. Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. After all, we are to be treated to a lecture by the legendary attorney Phoenix Wright. Can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession. Giving a lecture, Mr. Wright? But you're not even a professor. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Today's plans. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sort of. But I came early because I was supposed to have a meeting. The head of the judge course, Constance Court. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court. She's a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. So that's who was late. From what I've heard, our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow in addition to today's lecture. Training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection. The proper way to strike the podium. How to project one's voice. And most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that again? What a wonderful question. You just earned yourself a gold star. Great honor of taking a seminar by a famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in this mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival. The mock trial? The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. Top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a simulated court case set in this very school. As for the case itself, we select the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that. Ooh, a one-on-one battle. How thrilling. So if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take their training seminar? Or my training seminar, sorry? What if the other school wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for justice in such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that is a special surprise. Famous prosecutor? No, it can't be. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. Oh, hang on a second, who's this? Oh, it's Juniper Woods. Hang on a second, Juniper Woods from the first case. It's the girl from the first case. I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. She looks completely different here now. Professor, the trial will begin shortly, since you'll be delivering the pre-trial speech. Do you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? She looks completely different. So Constance Court, age 47. The professor invited Mr. Wright to the academy. She is a judge course teacher, but she's not very punctual. And Juniper Woods, age 18, a senior in the judge course. She's a good friend I've known since childhood. My, how very organized you are, Juniper. You earned yourself a gold star, too. But what about Professor Court? I suppose she'll eventually arrive. Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper? Juniper Woods, is that you? Then, Athena, I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were back from Europe. This must have taken place prior to the bombing case thing, because she's acting like they've never met before, but we got her off of the trial, remember? Wait, you two know each other? Now that's a coincidence. We've known each other since we were kids. Like best friends, right, Junie? Yes, well, we live close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Yeah, like a lot. Why won't you look at it? I guess I shouldn't be surprised since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Not that I wouldn't mind taking it in the mock trial you're putting on today. Fortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no other exceptions are allowed. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is part of the student curriculum after all. Hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes. It's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. Tell you what, Apollo, why don't you take my place? What? Really? Sure, besides, I'd like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. Hey there, I want to see the mock trial too. Sorry, I'm gonna let Apollo pull what little rank he has. If it's okay with Professor Means. Of course, Mr. Wright. That is what you wish. Settled then. Expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. Being the new kid sure stinks. If you would, please follow me. I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. October 24, 2:15 PM, Themis Legal Academy. First floor, waiting room. Still no Professor Cord. It's been over 30 minutes. Mr. Wright snoozing away on the sofa. So boring. Should have hidden in the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. What was that? Number 24, Themis Legal Academy. First floor hallway. Athena, I could have sworn I just heard something fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you. Well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere else. Oh, we better go have a look. Seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. Chapter 24, Themis Legal Academy. Outdoor stage. Is that stage for some sort of concert? Kind of reminds me of a courtroom. Wait, Athena, behind the witness stand. What? Oh, I didn't even notice that until now. That's Constance, and she's got an arrow through her, stomach, and looks like she's got, she had bounds on her arms as well. Oh, wrists. Professor Clark, can you hear me? Professor? Wait, that's who we're supposed to be meeting with. Looks like our meeting's been cancelled for us. No way, this can't be real. Call the police, they should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall, too. No wait, I'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal as long as we leave it exactly as we found it. Plus... No, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the scene's still fresh. Okay, you're the boss. Should we talk or examine first? Because the issue with usually if you examine everything first, you will get more talking segments. So maybe we do that before. Maybe if we examine everything around, then it will give us an idea about what we can, and then we can talk to Phoenix. Never mind. I was gonna say we can talk to Phoenix, but then I forgot that we are playing as Athena, it seems like in this case, so that means that Apollo and Phoenix are probably gonna be our go-tos. So we'll go and just probably just go and examine, then if that's the case, it must be similar to that. Let's sort that out. Alright, let's leave, let's just examine the entire thing. Alright. So there is left and right. We'll go and examine everything we see first before I start moving around, so we cover everything that we can see. Start by studying the body. I wonder what the best angle for this. I wonder what's the best angle for this. Oh, we can't even, like, we have to examine the body first. Never mind. Alright, they're gonna tell us to examine the body first. Guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, I guess I better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a full-fledged lawyer. Alright, well, first her wrists. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath and then take a good look. Well, now that you mentioned it, there's no blood around it. If the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. It would appear that quite some time has passed since Professor Court was murdered. The thing is, the court was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial. Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? Killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall. It's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually her wrists were unbound, and as she reached up to stretch, she was killed. Which I'm not so sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. What do we have here? Book. Guessing it fell out of her chest pocket. Wait, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has. True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to late Professor Cord. No, don't. Okay. Looks more like a planner than a diary. So what have we got? The 22nd routine report needs to speak with Hugh O'Connor. 23rd, meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. The 24th, 9 AM, prep for mock trial, final confirmation. 1 o'clock PM, meet with Mr. Wright about the training seminar, and 2 PM mock trial begins. The page seems to have the same sword mark. Every page seems to have the same sword mark printed on it at that. Still think a girl deserves her privacy. This may help us solve the case. Court's planner adds the court record. Constance Court's planner. A sword emblem is printed on the cover and on each page. There's an arrow stuck in her side. Gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? It's a homicide any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands. Murder? Here? So that makes this arrow the murder weapon. Well, that and the bow that shot it. Right, but where could the killer have shot it from? Staged a sea of obstructions. No expert in archery, but it can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around. Would it be possible to kill someone by stabbing them with an arrow? I'm not sure. Guess we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. Arrow at its court record. The arrow that pierced the victim's side is stained with blood. I think that's about all we're gonna find from the body for now. Nice work, Athena. Face only turned 5 shades of pale. I was expecting 50. Should probably take a picture of the crime scene just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Say cheese. Jeez, I thought I was the one with the twisted sense of humor. Think that should do it. Alright, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on the stage. Seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. There were 2, but that thing over there is the remains of another statue. Could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. Okay. Oh. Here. I wonder what this was a statue of. Whatever it was reddish purple in color. When Apollo and I first got here, both statues were already here, but they were covered up. I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to the stage. And this duffel bag looking thing was actually being used to cover the statues? I guess that just leaves the question. Were they broken by accident or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. Something buried in the rubble. Themis Herald. Wait, we shouldn't disturb it. Let's just read what we can. Pending declaration of love rocks campus. Final acting torrid love triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student. We'll go head-to-head in a mock trial. Battle for the she-devil's black heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he will confess to her if he wins. Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. You find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body? I'm talking about my friend Junie here. She'd never leave guys on like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article is clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. Right. But it's still disturbing, even if it's third-rate tabloid material. Themis Herald out to the court record school paper with a malicious scoop on an alleged love triangle involving Junie. Mr. Wright, Athena. Here comes Apollo. Never seen anyone move so fast. Listen, something big's happened. This was the mock trial when the police announced a body had been found on campus. That's right, we're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the stand over there. What? Can you show me? What the? I've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely a homicide. What's the police get here? No, I know it's a homicide. Shocked because it's the same. Exactly the same. Whoa there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and explain what you mean. It's the same. The body, that is. It's just how it was in the mock trial. What? It's like the mock trial? I know, it sounds crazy, but... What is location and position? The murder weapon? The lack of pooling blood? It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? Can't really all be the same, can it? Well, here comes the police by the sounds of it. So we're not going to get to investigate absolutely everything. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. Murder on campus? That's the last thing I expect of the Legal Academy. Go tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You wait here until you've spoken with the police. Yes, boss. Can't believe this is happening. Can't believe we have to wait around here. Can't stay still at times like these. Hope Junie hasn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing. Athena. There you are. Junie, am I glad to see you? I was worried that... Don't worry about me. I am Student Council President, after all. I need to be strong. Student Council President? Wow, I'm impressed. She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy. Juniper, was it? You mind if we ask her a few questions? Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police. There's not really much to do. Sure, what would you like to know? Yeah, I think at this point we've already examined all the stuff for now. We can't really do anything else with the examination because it doesn't seem to want to let us. Let us continue on with the thing. So now we want to talk to... We can't examine at the moment anyway, so... Notice I don't have the notes edition either, so maybe we better wait for that. Juniper Woods. I haven't seen you in ages, Junie. What's it been? 7 years or so? Yes, and I remember how you were always there for me, Athena. Maybe it's just me. I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. Remember how you used to call me Athena? I liked it better that way. Felt like we were sisters, you know. Yes, but I'm Student Council President now. As a student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I act properly. Tired. But at the same time, I'm gonna stop stream just because of I want to keep going. She was never this stiff and formal before. You want to be a judge, but didn't expect this. It's such a prestigious school. You're in the judge course to boot. Yes, Professor Court has been in charge of it until, well, you know. Alright, Prosecutor Court... Professor Court was the professor in charge of Junie's course. Constance Court. What sort of teacher was Professor Court? If I had to sum her up in a single word, I'd say she was amazing. Judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law. What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that? Nothing, never mind. I'm imagining things so that I just detect something in Junior's voice. Professor Court chose my script for the mock trial. You mean all of the students in the judge course had to submit a script? Yours was the one that you selected. Wow, that's amazing, Junie. Thank you. But now Professor Court is... Who would do such a thing? Just yesterday we were working together, trying to get things ready. Excuse me. So she's still doing the, this as well. You alright, Junie? Maybe you should take it easy for a while. She's still got that cough. I guess she's not as strong as she pretends to be. Mock trial? Why do you need a script and a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor? Well, we were simulating a trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved were included in the script. We also prepared a crime scene, photos, a murder weapon, other kinds of evidence. Well, you guys think of everything. Must be hard getting all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script or other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in this entire school who knew all the details. It must have been a big pain in the... I mean, it must have been really difficult. I wrote the script so that the case could go either way. That way the defense and the prosecution both had an equal chance of winning. I think that's all she's capable of. You've got another thing coming. Huh? Who said that? Oh, we've got two characters now. Okay. What are we... So we've got someone who looks like they are sporty, and then also a guy that's, I don't know which one's I don't know which one is talking, so it's hard to... I guess the guy on the right's talking first, so, Juniper's genius doesn't stop at her brilliant script. Okay, that's the... She gave an award-winning performance as the defendant, man! Think I found a rival to my cords of steel? You, Robin, aren't you going to introduce yourself to our guests? Student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely. You're right. Heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two. Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes. Yep, I'm Athena Sykes. I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. Passing the handshake. Studying to be a lawyer. The name's Hugh O'Connor. So we've got... you? Some call me Mr. Perfect, because I never score less than 100 on tests. Most pretentious introduction ever. What's with his hand? Is it glued to the inside of his pocket? Yeesh. Let me first to apologize for his total rude introduction. Sorry! And here's my intro, I'm Robert Newman. Instead of being a prosecutor like the really cool kind that nails the bad guys. No, where's the sincerity? So he makes pottery too? And what's that brace-like contraption for? Junior sure has made some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and the prosecutor in today's mock trial. Even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. Final act in Torrent Love Triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student. Go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Thank you for all the support. I greatly appreciate it. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie? So Hugh O'Connor, age 18, a senior in the lawyer course who served as the defense in the mock trial. He seems like kind of a jerk. And Robin Newman, age 18, a senior in the prosecutor course who served as the prosecution in the mock trial. He tends to shout at people. Okay. I'm not gonna, like, shout into the microphone when I do these voices, but, like, I'm trying to gather what the characters are like so I can figure out what I'm gonna... how I'm gonna end up voicing them. Juniper, come on, your role's way beyond just that. That's right, the mock trial is just the start. She's also in the school festival main event. Live on stage, Juniper Woods. The crowd goes bananas. Woo! I'm supposed to sing at the school festival? All of the other girls were too embarrassed to try out, so... My Junie singing? On stage in front of people? Wow, she really has changed. Yeah, we just talked to everyone. Performance? It's responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. Okay. This is what I'll be wearing. So what have we got? We've got a brooch. Constellations glow through fabric. Make it glow from inside, and then something with frails. Don't know what that says, because I can't, like, remove the, background. Well, I can remove the background, but at the same time I don't want to remove the background, because, it makes the writing harder to read. It's amazing, Junie, but then again, you were always good at that kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Thank you. One of my favourite things to do is to look up at the stars in the middle of the forest. So you're a fan of the night sky, then? Wow, Apollo, didn't know you were such a romantic. It's not like that. This friend, he and I go way back. Who got me really interested in space. Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised. Student council president, I can't allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. I think she's angry. Stage costume added to the court record. A costume Junie was supposed to wear. It has a glowing star pattern with notes 2 pages. Alright, we'll check what the notes say. Costumes were no problem, but as for singing, not sure I... let's check this for a second. Oh, this. So, stage costume notes. Paint inside of costume with fluorescent paint. Leave time to dry. Draw constellations on outside and make small holes according to this pattern. And in the dark, the paint will shine through the holes, bringing the constellations to life. No, you can do it! That's right, and anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. It's like a chivalrous love triangle. A damsel in distress and 2 knights in shining armor. Maybe that Themis Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, what how the mock trial turned out? So who won? So how did this mock trial end? We were just about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. Guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a fake murder trial. Ended right before the verdict. Talk about bad timing. I was this close, man! Bet I would have won. But I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? I'm trying to read what that says. That book says Zen and the Art of Mastering the Bar Exam. We'll settle this some other time. I assure you, I will win when that time comes. Like I'm gonna let that happen? I don't think so! If they don't end up hurting each other. Don't worry. 3 of us have been good friends since we enrolled here. We even have proof of our friendship. Proof? Like physical evidence proof? Yes, we're studying for a career in law. In the legal world, evidence is everything. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, we can bet we'll be carrying them around. Ah, the famed Themis Legal Academy ingenuity at work. What exactly is this? Proof of friendship, anyway. Well, it's a secret. If I show you, it would be bad luck. Okay. I knew it. There's definitely some discord in Junie's voice. So that means we're gonna potentially be able to use the mood matrix on them? Perhaps? Maybe? Friendship is sacred and inviolable. It's not something to be put cheaply on display. Proof? We don't need no stinking proof. Us three are friends forever. You can hear discord in their voices too. They're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? Something wrong, Athena? No, it's nothing. Alright then. Hey, isn't that... Everyone stay right where you are, don't move a muscle. Okay, Fulbright's on the case now. Detective Fulbright? Something wrong? Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends? Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Juniper Woods? You're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court. And what? Wait a second. What's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie? Please, Detective Fulbright. We're involved in this case too. Aha! So you're the lawyers that the dispatch said were on the scene. Can't tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for her arrest. Number one, the suspect led somebody to where the body was. I didn't. And number two, the crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in a script. You can't arrest her on just those grounds. True, but there's more. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me to say no more than that. So Blackwell's the prosecuting attorney on this one too. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why, there's blood on this? It's evidence he made for the mock trial. A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. Now, if you would, officers. Yes, sir. But... Is she being accused of a crime for a second time? I don't know what it is with these games about characters being accused of multiple crimes, but it always happens. Don't let them take her away like this. No, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Hold it!
Oh, we're actually getting...
Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer! Junie! I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got.
This is the second time this character's been accused of a crime in the game, though.
Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
Been to interrupt your bonding time, but... Aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer. I don't have much experience, and I may need Apollo and Mr. Wright's help at times. Nobody believes in Junie as much as I do. I'll have to, Juniper. The same way you murdered your professor. Athena, Apollo. Thank you both. I'm counting on you. Got your back, Junie. Guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station. Can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. Can't believe I accepted her case without asking Mr. Wright. Take a deep breath and relax, Athena. I'm here to help you with whatever you need. So let's get right to the case. Right. We won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's gonna solve this case, it'll be me. Time to investigate. Why, that smug little... hasn't even finished law school. You! That was totally rude. Anything else changed here? Don't think so. No. You're not the only one in this case, man. I'm in too, big time. Shut up, Awards! I'm gonna save you! Now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Right, you said the victim's location, position, and so on were just like the script. Exactly. But without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps I could help. Huh? Wait a second, Clavier is back? Is this Clavier from the first game? He's saying the exact same thing. It is! It is, Clavier's back. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? He is back. You two seem to know each other. Someone gonna introduce me? Why, I do believe you have a fresh face here. Greetings, Fräulein. I am Clavier Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I'm most famous for my former rock band. Oh, right, he's no longer a part of the thing anymore. We were quite popular, you know, but regrettably the band went kaput. Perhaps you've heard of us, the Gaviners. I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. Can I get your autograph? Just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph? Okay, there we go. Mr. Rockstar, prosecutor himself, who was the leader and vocals of the Gaviners. Page 25. Forgive me, Fräulein, but I've retired from the music biz. But I'd be happy to offer my autograph as Rockstar Prosecutor Clavier Gavin. Okay, that one then. She's a lively one. Eh, F-word? Didn't know she was your type. She's the newest member of White Anything Agency, that's all. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena Sykes. Now that this intro's out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me, yeah, F-word? Yep. Why are you here? Maybe he's the guest prosecutor, because I did say that there was going to be one. So what are you doing here, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss, to give a lecture in our training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited. They have another crucial role to play. The Gaviners are getting back together for a one-time special performance. Even though you guys disbanded? Which was a shame, by the way. Yeah, I know how much you adored our music, F-word. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, so that performance Junie mentioned? I see you've already heard about it. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage. And the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. Stage Principal Festival. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not that bad. Oh, so the statues that were there were of Phoenix Wright and Clavier. And they were both destroyed. So that's what it's for. Look at statues. Wait, are they supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fräulein. They were so big and magnificent too. What a terrible waste. But the worst part of this whole thing is... my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was... Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. Constance Court? So Constance Court was a professor here at the Academy. She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. She was fond of saying the end is only justified through proper means. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. For Prosecutor Gavin's sadness, I think I'm gonna cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Well, I can't blame you. Prosecutor Gavin knows a lot of who he is to Professor Court. Exactly, so as you can see, we are both joined in purpose, as so to speak, yeah? Now let's rock this place hard. I follow. Let's rock what? Forget already, Forehead? I said I'd help you explain the mock trial. We're going to replace it right here in the lecture hall. Might help us catch our killer. Wait, is this gonna be an actual cutscene? Okay, I thought it was gonna be an actual cutscene. Like I thought we were gonna get a, something else. October 24, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Okay, mock trial reenactment will rise. So we're the defense, I guess. Right, the stage is ready. And you, air forward, ready to rock? No, the defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Junie's masterpiece, the one everyone's been talking about. Yeah, and there's only one in existence. I borrowed it if you will. Now, Fraulein, we need you to play the part of defendant and judge as per the script. Okay, got it. I've only read the case outline so far. Don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat it like this. I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, Airfoil, will play the part of a fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. All the evidence is here, also here with us. We have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Très bien, let's get started. Defendant/judge Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Court is now in session for a reenactment of the mock trial. Or what I'd like to call the mock trial. Yeah, double mockery. Perhaps the trial is still a trial. Actun, baby, it's no holds barred. Let's rock. Can't we take it easy today?
Objection!
It may just be a mock of a mock, but there's not only one way to compete. You play to win. So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Great. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. Okay, summary of the facts. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, if you please. You got it, Fräulein Judge. A case is set in a school very much like this one. The victim, a professor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh, me? Oh my? I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you. That's some seriously bad acting, Fräulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot at the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Cott who posed as the corpse. For it, I did the mock trial participants react to this photo. So Newman was surprised by what Professor Cott was wearing. He reacted with, oh, the green sweatshirt. It's not exactly what I would focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know what's important, that one, in any case. Both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Cott was wearing a sweatshirt. Moving right along.
Hold it!
Hey, wait a sec. What if it was discovered in the same area as the mock case, although there was a stage? That's interesting. When we found her, like, this picture here isn't accurate because we took the photo and her hands were up in the air and she had the marks on her wrists, and yet we have this photo here for some reason. So I'm not sure how that is going to work. Plus the murder weapon, an arrow, and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right, and therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So let's keep rocking it out, just like that. Defense's argument. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me, I didn't kill her. Don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. It's called getting into character, Forehead. Don't be such a wet blanket. Right. Let's see. Oh yeah, then you said... A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab a professor with an arrow. I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which has a clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. Nine, forehead. That faint swagger does not suit you in the least. Order, order, order! Especially you, Mr. Justice. Me? But I was just trying to get into, like, Mr. Euro... into it, like Mr. Euro Rocker said. Prosecution's rebuttal. So the victim was shot from the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence the defendant could not be the killer. But it seemed to be the defense's assertion. Professor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes that the edge of the victim's wound were unusually ragged. Could such physical trauma possibly result from an arrow shot from a bow? 9. I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. Robin was prosecuted. She had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. But he had a tough time. Well, he's just a student at warm-up act. Did I really say she there? No, I did say he. Well, he's just a student at warm-up act, while I am the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most likely the all that was left in the art room. An all? What's that? I mean, an all, you say? What might that be? It's a kind of tool used for poking holes in paper, wood, and other materials. It's kind of like an ice pick. I have a photo here, if you're interested. Of course, it's all bloody up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely, Fräulein. Be realistic, yeah? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. Furthermore, traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? How the body was moved. The murder took place in the 3rd floor art room, but the body was found in the quad. It must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance area and storehouse right outside the art room. And a cart, used to carry balls around, was found there. I've seen one of those before. That's a pretty big one. A jumbo, yeah? Big enough to fit a person, or a body in it. The defendant dropped the body from the art room window, then moved it with a cart. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say.
Objection!
A body dropped from 3 stories up would show signs of massive blood and force trauma.
Objection!
It may be true, but it failed to account for the large eye drop mat in the storehouse. A body dropped onto such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. Yikes, it's almost scary how similar this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Yeah. I think someone's doing like a copycat kind of thing, maybe. That's what it sounds like anyway. Great the crafty killer in an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club. They moved the body to the quad, where it would be an easy shot from the club room. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the old stab wound. Sounds like he only has high praise for Jeannie's script. Were there any further arguments for the defense? Nope, seems like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied too. Time for the finale then. Your verdict if you please, Fräulein Judge. Alright, that's me. Very well, this court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, don't want to declare Junie guilty? Perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's end our mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. Thanks, you too. That little run through of the mock trial cleared up quite a few things. Mock trial script added to the court record. A top secret script written by Junie. There's only one copy. Student baby, the prosecution's already got a witness size up to. Let's have a look at the actual script. So, facts about the case. Body with a protruding arrow was found at the quad, but the murder weapon was an awl. The arrow was inserted as a ruse. The actual murder scene was the art room where traces of blood were found on the floor. How the body was moved. The body was dropped from the 3rd floor art room to the maintenance area below. A mat was laid out to cushion the fall. A ball cart from the storehouse was then used to move the body to the stage. And then why the body was moved. The archery club's room has a good view of the quad. The body was moved to look like an archery club member had shot the victim with an arrow. And then things to prepare. All buy with school festival funds get from hardware store. Arrow, if I borrow one from the archery club, it could give away part of the script's plot, TBD. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor's course. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. But like I said, I'm to catch whoever you Professor caught. And there's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Anyway, I want to say goodbye, as I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. Always thought prosecutors were all a rather scary bunch. Prosecutor Gavin seems pretty nice. Yeah, he's not so bad as prosecutors go. Should get back to investigating too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. We also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accepted Junie's case. Right, looks like we have our work cut out for us. Okay, I can't talk to Apollo because Apollo is still doing, so search the entire campus in 5 minutes for the trial. So, Apollo and Phoenix are basically going to be playing our... They're going to be playing our help characters. Alright, time to move. We want to go to the hallway. There is a trophy coming up that I need to grab, so make sure I grab that. Go to the hallway. So we have to talk to Phoenix, and then we have to present him with some... present him with the Herald Extra, and we get a trophy. Mr. Wright. Wait, he looks mad now. Thought they arrested your friend Juniper. Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in. Refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. Must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means. What do you mean the end justifies the means? I, Professor Means, always say what I mean. I mean what I say, by all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not? Of course I do. Junie wouldn't even hurt a flying. Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. It's the height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible. Sure, I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of that the end justifies the means part. Well, you were still young and idealistic, so no wonder you failed to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. Hang on 1 second. Thank you very much for the raid. I got two more raids after this. I didn't realize that you were still. I didn't realize that you were still going. Been going ages. Let me just make sure that this is give you both shout outs again. Thank you very much for the raids once again. I did not realize that you were still going. Who needs sleep anyway? There we go. Who needs sleep in the first place? Nobody. Not when they can send the raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the double raid once again. Hope that your games continue to do really well. Again, we finished the second case. We're on to the third case now. You got 6 hours of sleep to get? No, you've got 6 hours of streaming. You've got 6 hours of stream still to go. You don't need to sleep. If you've got time to sleep, you've got time to stream, is how I look at it. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming in as well. Been able to keep my numbers up quite well, actually, which is nice. Yeah, I do a lot of Plat videos, speedruns, Switch games, but currently now, I just reached 190. Oh, right. I reached 190 because of the, yeah, I've got Twitch Studio up still, so Twitch Studio is recording my, follows as a thing. So I met a follow goal I didn't even set, because technically my next follower goal is 200, but, I guess I'll just take that. It's still 190. Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. We reached a milestone, I guess you would say. That's good enough for me. Thank you very much. Alright, back to the game for now. There's but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. So the weird thing is that when I finish stream, today, it will automatically make a goal for 200 on somewhere else somehow. It always does. Whenever I stop stream, it automatically makes a new goal. So I don't know how to stop that. But, also, don't keep in mind about my actual tally of the goal. That hasn't updated for a while for some reason. So even though it says 184 on the stream, my OBS says 190, so I really need to update that. Can I take her case, Professor Means? Maybe a professor, but I am still licensed to practice law. In fact, I have even better Professor Court in court. No kidding, so you guys were rivals or something? No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the Academy and in court. You see, both Professor Court and I graduated from this Academy at the top of our class. Well, I bet they both used to really bring it. Now, if you would excuse me, I'd best go discuss the case with Juniper. Professor Means, please wait. I don't want to say anything, but Apollo and I agreed to take her case. It's true, Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence. Really now, you two? When were you planning on telling me? Sorry, boss. I know we should have asked first, but... Relax, your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions. I think you made the right one. How wonderful. Very well, Athena Sykes. Let me ask you just one thing. So, lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? It's an easy one, Professor. You gotta pass out. Have a good sleep. Hopefully you were not too tired after things. Thank you for the raids today. Thank you for the emote spamming and the conversations and stuff. Thank you for everything, really. You know how much it means to me when I get these raids and stuff. So yeah, it's nice to have consistent people stopping by and stuff. So yeah, get some rest. What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have friends such as you. Professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. If you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once. So, but now that it comes to that. Now, if you would excuse me. Time's wasting. Better start investigating it fast. First, how about I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please. Sure. Alright, we'll talk to Phoenix first, then we'll present him with the evidence. If you learned anything new about the case? Actually, I ran to Prosecutor Gavin and he told me something interesting. Seems the murder took place in the art room. There's traces of a large pool of blood there. So the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage. What, really? Just like the mock trial again? Police are searching the art room. Whether they'll find anything, well, what? Come to think of it, let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. We're even allowed to do that. It's no big deal, as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus, no, never mind. Now, where was I in? There's really no need to talk about it right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. Remember about the academy? So, were you shocked by your conversation with Professor Means? Guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking. Black Age of the Law, sure you've heard those words before. Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days. The question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy. Well, that in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Right, as long as those results come by honest and fair means. What was it that Professor Means said? The end justifies the means? Oh, why is it actually, like, going glue? I guess this is supposed to represent the Dark Age of the Law. I like the sudden tone change with this. It's definitely interesting. So, for the Dark Age of the Law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. That's what they're preaching here at Themis Legal Academy. What will happen to our legal system if results are all that matter anymore? Relax. It's just a rumor. Take it with a grain of salt if I were you. It's a relief. Had me going there for a minute. Wait a second, what if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason? Maybe he was worried someone might actually tamper with the evidence. I think that about wraps it up. I think that about wraps up what I know so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Miss Wood's script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify what's the same and what's different. Okay, I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus. Can't talk to him anymore, so instead what we want to do is we want to present an item to him so that we get a free trophy for presenting something. So, present the either the mock trial script or the Herald. I'm just going to present the Herald, because that's what it tells me to do for the actual trophy, so present this. Things like that sure scream out school days, don't they? Involved in any extracurricular activities like school papers or mock trials? No, that wasn't my thing. I was an art major. An art major? How did you become a famous attorney? It's kind of complicated. When I say kind of, I mean really. really complicated. Just really mean it. Picking up a lot of complex emotions in his voice. There we go. There's our trophy for that. Trophy for presenting the Herald to Phoenix in the episode. Every now and then we'll have to do this randomly, even though it doesn't actually give us anything. So, for having presented Phoenix with the Themis Herald Extra in Dual Destinies. Alright, we'll go to the stage now. I'm assuming that's what's next. So 5 minutes is for the trial and search the entire campus. So where haven't we been yet? We haven't been to... Well, technically we haven't explored the hallway... we haven't explored the hallway yet. We're currently there, but we can't examine anything. So we've got the lecture hall. I think we probably have stuff there to do. Maintenance area we haven't gone to yet. So we want to go to the outdoor stage. For... there's a couple of things we want to talk about. To the outdoor stage. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy outdoor stage. Thought the air was cordoned off. Hey, the police are discussing something over there. I know. I'll just quietly sneak over for a listen. Here goes. Athena, watch where you... Wait, what? There's a box. This side up, hands off. Ouch. Who put this stupid box here? Wait. Apollo, this box... There's... What now? There's someone or... something inside. Doesn't it be a snake? Alright, what is it? What's inside? Someone's pretending to be a snake. Turns white to like panda ink. You moron just blew my cover. What the? There really is someone inside. I love that he referenced it was a snake, and it's like, it was a cardboard box. That obviously the reference to that is Metal Gear Solid, for anyone who's a fan of the Metal Gear Solid games. Obviously Solid Snake is known for hiding in cardboard boxes and all sorts of things like that. Someone is me, Miriam. Oh, it's a female, Miriam Sculptor. I'm a senior in the judge course. What's with the box? It's the fate of we who live in the shadows. It's a very good reason why none may see my face by the light of day. Wait, if you're taking the judge course, did you write a mock trial script too? You want to see my script so bad? You better watch out. Read it without my permission? You wish you had. Who cares? I'm sure I was rejected for a good reason. Miriam Scuttlebutt. So you're studying to be a judge too? You must be classmates with Juniper. You're a friend of hers. Juniper? Sure, she's my friend. That's why I'm gathering the info. And tell me all you know. You know, for tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm gonna take the stand, naturally. So the witness for the prosecution is some weirdo in a cardboard box? This disguises how I get my scoops. You're right. It's me, so tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. Lawyer with brains as bad as his ears? Poor Juniper. Taking the stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time? No, she's lying. Okay, so we have to perceive something. I thought so. Athena, my bracelet's reacting. Really? That means... A lie already? That was quick. Alright. So... We have to perceive our hands. And then present the paper, and then we can talk to her normally. So you can still do the perception, even though we're not playing as Apollo. The only things that would be moving would be I'm not seeing if our hands are doing anything right now, so let's actually just keep it like this. Just see if her hands make a twitch movement. Okay, there it goes.
Gotcha!
So you can be her eyes or her well, there couldn't have really been her eyes because of the that they were only the one thing anyway. Strange, you suddenly tightened your grip when you said for Juniper's sake. It's like you were subconsciously tensed up because you're lying. What are you talking about? When did I ever lie? Okay, then let me ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness? It's an easy one. The editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. You know everything there is to know about campus, even the darkest of secrets. Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, it's a lonely one-woman operation. Do it all myself. From reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed? Perfect storm of journalism because I bring it all to the table. This is the evidence here. Extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Themis Herald Extra, added to the court record, an extra edition of the school paper that covers the mock trial. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Junie's best interests in mind. Questioning our friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence. It was the trial script or the actual. It was the normal Themis Herald.
Take that!
It's the Themis Herald, the paper I publish. What about it? You really like dents. This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. Got it all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one. Don't think so, Miriam. You even said yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation. Or did you figure that already? You're just giving me the info you have. Stupid pawn. Juniper's just using you. Okay, there we go. Now we get to talk better. Now, I want the truth, Miriam. Hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper, isn't that right? Not really friends with Juniper, are you? Oh, duh. Oh, okay, so she's one of the... She's like a... she's more like a mean girl. So I gotta change the voice, because I wasn't sure what to expect. I thought she had a different personality. So because she's changed her personality, I'm gonna change the voice, if that makes sense. Just so it's not, the same, I guess. Duh, she's a target of my scoops, and my readers demand duh. Extra, extra, the dirty little secret of the squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret? Alright, what are you planning to say in court, huh? I'm a witness to her part in the crime. You're gonna tell it all in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. The end justifies the means. Wait a second. End justifies the means? This dark age of the law, many of us embrace Professor Mean's methods, even future judges. We've adopted an end justifies the means style brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over our campus. Secretly recording every last word without anyone being any the wiser. Doesn't she realize that's totally illegal? One of them was at the scene of the crime. The art room. Wasn't there a tape recorder in the art room? What did it record? Want to know? Really want to know? Yes, please. It's so nice of you to... I can really tell you now, the big scoop comes out in court tomorrow. So mean, Miriam. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure has opened up between the three of them. Who, Junie, Hugh and Robin? What do you mean by fatal fissure? Within the trio. Juniper, Hugh and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to be. They still seem to get along fine to me. Did sense some discord, though. They don't know anything. Professor Means has his followers and Professor Cord has hers. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to that extreme idea you and Professor Means have? Why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of the dark and into the light? Let's see you fine in here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Then you'll realize how guilty Juniper Woods really is. Gonna have to cross-examine her tomorrow, but I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. Right. Let's see what else we can find out. That's it for her, I think? Yeah, that's it for her. Lecture hall next. Lecture hall then maintenance area. So that's her deal out of the way. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Look, there's Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Oh, it's you two. You want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating of your own. Nope, nothing yet. Afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. Don't really think Juniper could have done something like this, do you? And the author and the victim knew the contents of the script. Both the stage and the art room were in the same exact state as described therein. Nobody could mimic the crime like that unless they'd already read the script. Or wrote it. But, look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him. There it is again, picking up some discord in Hugh's voice. Okay, Hugh O'Connor. Hugh, would you mind telling me a little bit about yourself? Whatever. 6'1", under this uniform, 100% perfect lean muscle. Grades are outstanding, and I'm the ace of the archery club. Needless to say. Never miss my mark. I'm incredibly humble too. I can even say that with a straight face. Those around me call me ingenious, but I pay them no mind. When it comes to tests, I always get 100%, so I suppose it's only natural for them to say I'm a genius. But as I said before, pay them no mind. Told you the first time. What about the mock trial? It sounded like you were able to lose to Robin. There's a very good reason for that. See, right before the mock trial started, saw the body. Saw the body? Right, I was so distraught that I basically handed Robin a victory. Would you mind telling us a little more about that? Discovering the body. Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. Everyone was here in the lecture hall. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. That's right. There was that announcement and then everyone came in here. Then the exceptions were the mock trial participants. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door. Wow, your own personal dressing rooms? That's total VIP treatment. Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings. They don't even have windows. The other two were waiting patiently in their rooms, but that's not my style. So I headed over to the archery range at the other side of the quad. I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way to relax. Then, just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back toward the main building. So I walked across the quad, passed in front of the stage. So that's when you saw the body. Right, it was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit, my legs were shaking. Could have easily beaten Robin if it hadn't been for that. Wait, hold it right there. You went through with the mock trial even though you had just discovered the body? Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Where'd you get that? This article in the Themis Herald is true. I wonder if the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junie. Right, but if I reported the body I'd found, the whole thing wouldn't be called off. Really wanted to win that bad. Bad enough to ignore a dead body. Sorry, but that's not normal. Could their love for Junie really be that strong? Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. May it prove useful at tomorrow's trial. Good, because that's all I have to say about the matter. Thanks, and don't worry, we'll prove Juniper's innocence, you'll see. Can't say you two inspire much confidence. Okay, Athena, what's next? I think we just move on to the next area, right? We only have one more area left to search, which is the maintenance area. We're almost at the end of the investigation, actually, so we can almost at the trial, I should say. So this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said that the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor. I don't keep getting these cheap viewer things. Get rid of them. See you later. That's a new link. That's a new link if I've ever seen one. Right, and then he claimed that the body was transported to the stage in a ball cart. And then, there's someone else here. Hey, it's Robin. Whoa, you scared the crud out of me. Yikes, right back at you. So what are you doing out here? Looking out, so I can become strong enough to save Juniper. So worked up. My training braces almost break at the seams. Right. The girl you like got arrested, so you're psyching yourself up to rescue her. Yes, because I'm the manliest of manly men. Why work out with my manly bros? Except that I hear some discord in that manliest of man's voice of yours. Don't mean to be rude, but can't you talk without shouting? Sorry, I'll try not to shout so much. But all possible, that is. Which is not at all possible by the sounds of it. So do you mind if I ask you some questions as Junior's lawyer? No problem, ask away. Keep 'em coming, man. Ouch, my ears ache already. Sure. So Robin, could you tell me a little bit more about yourself? What do you know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club. Fine Arts Club? Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not that bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are these supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fräulein. They were so big and magnificent too, what a terrible waste. Say, did you create those stage statues by any chance? But I did, both of them. Put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man. Must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that. No, I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get down. What do you mean? Professor Court was the Fine Arts Club advisor. She was all about truth and beauty, man. She always said the good result is the truth. That and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results. Yes, I'm totally on this guy's side. She must have been an incredible woman. You call me loud when I practice my chords of steel. About the move. Oh man, I'd have to take the prosecutor course. I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I cleared Junie's name, you'll see. 3 of us had a dream. We swore we'd make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge. The 3 of us would hold fair and honest trials. Dark age of the law? Ha! We're gonna put a nail in its coffin, man! Now, you guys swore to do that? No! That stupid school rule had to ruin it. School rule? Which one? Anyone with a prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid, holier-than-thou school. Tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Ginny will never become a judge unless I prove her innocence. If I fail, the 3 of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Well, I think I've talked to everyone who was somehow linked to this case. Okay, maybe it's about time we wrapped up our investigation. Wait, we haven't met with Junie yet. Yeah, you're right. Let's head over to the detention center. Yeah, that's it. Just the detention center. Okay, detention center visitors room. Athena, thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming. She called me Athena, like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Script. Junie, the crime's unfolding exactly like your script. Any idea what's going on here? We wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial. The only people who knew the details were Professor Court and I. Nothing we haven't heard already so far. However... What is it, Junie? Well, there was this one article in the school paper. You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article, if you ask me. I've been worried that the trial would wreak the friendship between Robin, Hugh, and me. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys are hoping to take it to the next level. I have the passion of high school drama. Wish I could have experienced it. Don't know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. So if Robin had won, Hugh wouldn't have been able to confess his love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship the same. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry, I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court, huh? Never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected places. Thanks, Juniper. Oh. Just wondering about that all you had on you when you were arrested. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why is there's blood on this? That's evidence you made for the mock trial. A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. It's the murder weapon from the mock trial. So Court and I were prepping it in the art room until the day before the trial. Didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested. And we've got nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime. Still, that blood red color on the awl bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but probably was just paint. But that's what bothers me. It wasn't on the awl when we were prepping it yesterday. It wasn't? Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Athena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and the awl with what looked like blood on it. A key and the awl? Professor Court normally has the art room key since she's the Fine Arts Club advisor. Since I was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who had painted the awl to look like it had blood on it. After all, she's always insisted that the props should be realistic, so... Awl suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too, but let's not jump the gun on this. Mock trial prep work. You and Professor Court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Is that the last time you saw her? Yes, I left school at around 6 PM. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. Would have never guessed she'd end up like this. Looks like we were about out of time. Thank you for coming to see me. Do everything we can to prove your innocence tomorrow. I know, and I believe in you, Athena. Well, I should get going now. Bye. She's gonna be alright. She's like a shadow of the girl we met back at the academy. Junior I knew was always like that. A little weak and sickly. The fact that she lifted her facade shows that she trusts us. Even still, what is it? Well, when Junie and her two friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts. Seriously? Yeah, but it was really faint. Might have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship, is there? Don't worry, everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship. Suppose you're right. Might as well forget about that and concentrate on the trial. Yep, tomorrow's the big day. Let's sort out what we know so far. Okay. Victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then her body was removed to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. Which those are the only similarities they shared. What do you mean? What I mean is the script in this case are exactly the same in almost every aspect, or respect I should say. So it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no. Mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win. Well, that's not gonna happen. This time, Junior would be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo and he's king of being fine. Okay, should be continued for the trial. Well, to be continued, but I bet to start the trial. Of course, We'll save. So this first one, we want to not press the first or fourth statement. Well, I guess we could press the first one because it's technically okay, but just avoid the fourth. So 25th, 9:47 p.m. Really, another one? Okay. So 25th, 9:47 p.m. Oh, a.m. Sorry. District Court, defendant, lobby number 3. Butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So it's like to have your very own case for the first time. I hasn't raced as far since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Relax, everyone's nervous their first time. So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal. I'm willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction. There's that the end justifies the means concept again. Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justifies the means. We should stop saying that. It's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper in my own way. But Miss Sykes, just yesterday, you told me. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? It's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen now, then, won't I? My, but aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficacy the hard way. Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave it at that? Oh dear, please forgive me. Just, I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can. I do too, but... Now if you would excuse me. Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena. Don't forget to keep smiling. I'll be fine. I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Trial's about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please. Hold on, can I use support Athena this time? Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me. That's right, I have Apollo to back me up. Judy's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. October 25th, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Good old courtroom number 4. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. Athena Sykes, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. Sure you're okay? We haven't got much evidence either. Oh, Miriam Scuttlebutt, age 17, a senior in the judge course. She is the aloof editor-in-chief of the school paper who walks around the box over her head. I'll be fine. Your boldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your boldness. Whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call our first witness. Now we don't even get an opening statement. Yeah, okay. Fulbright's basically the gumshoe of this game. Detective Fulbright, he and Prosecutor Blackwood become quite the team. Alright, the case brief. Leave it to me. Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favourite friend of justice, explain. What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding, if that's what you're thinking. Alright, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case to the court? Professor Gold's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m. She was murdered with this awl I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it. All added to the court record, the weapon used to murder Constance Court, her blood was found on it along with Junie's fingerprints. Wait, it even goes ahead and attacks Athena. Court's autopsy report adds to the court record. Estimated time of death between 6 and 8 p.m. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep stab wound in the victim's side. Well, that book can deliver evidence too. Blackwell is trained him well. We should check the old. Didn't check this either. Mock trial and unceremonious cancellation. I can barely read that, but yeah. I'm going to try. Court's autopsy report. Estimated time of death between 6 and 8 p.m. on October 23rd. Cause of death, blood loss due to a stab wound to the side of the body. Marks indicates wrists may have been bound. No other visible damage, but stab wound was very rough. Maybe Blackwell should train to mess up people's hair while he's at it. Moving right along. Body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of a massive amount of blood in the third floor art room. Short, the murder took place in the art room. So then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage? Precisely, and there is one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. Captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner!" What's this? You have such a recording? I don't know. Must be from that tape recorder Miriam mentioned. Why is this the first we've heard of a death threat at the moment of the murder? Silence, please! I would like to play the tape for you now. Alright, we're about to come up to our first piece of evidence that we have to do for... We're about to come up to We're about to come up to our first piece of evidence, in terms of, what is it called? We're about to come up to our first piece of, like, testimony, evidence, you know, to the start of this trial, so this would be a good point to stop, like we did yesterday. We pretty much did the exact same thing, as before. We did the exact same thing as before. We've done the entire, well, today's stream we ended up completing the second case. After we found her not guilty, it got revealed that, you know, Tamatara was the thing, and it was gold, and that the Ninetales mask was Mayor Tenma, and obviously we exposed the main culprit that we knew about that, and there wasn't anything that seemed to tie back to any of the other previous cases, so they teased that it might have done something like that, but I don't really know if it really did, so I guess we'll find out and see how that, if that anything plays out. So far, this one here, It's been pretty good. Like, I liked a lot of the stuff that I like the characters so far, I guess. I like this guy's a reference to, like, Aristotle, and I was thinking, like, Aristotle and Socrates and all that stuff. The murder thing being, like, a mock trial as well as a real trial, I'm wondering how closely mirrored it's going to end up being, because there's always going to be something that splits up considering how they said certain people didn't have certain things in the script. So someone's going to make a mistake with that, I think. So no idea who it's going to be at the moment. Obviously, and then, like, it seems like there's some sort of love triangle going on. Juniper's in this case again, so that's also interesting. It seems like this case happened prior to the courtroom bombing one because of characters meeting people and all that stuff, so that makes me wonder how that relates. And then obviously we've got the characters in this one aren't as, I wouldn't say they aren't as, Clavier did return to help us, which was a nice little touch there too. I'm assuming we're going to see what she looks like outside of the box when we get to there as well. I don't think the characters in this one are as good as the characters in the previous one. Gameplay-wise, we haven't really got anything new outside the mood matrix stuff. And story-related, we didn't really have anything that happened in that particular game either. To lead up to this. This one here might be interesting because it might lead to... because it's got Juniper in it, I'm wondering if there's going to be something that leads to the other stuff as well. So, I guess we'll have to just see how that goes. But again, I liked the... I think I enjoyed the first trial more in terms of the theatrics, but I enjoyed the characters and stuff a lot more in the second trial, and I think the second trial was probably overall better than the first trial, but I'm wondering if the first trial is going to be relevant for later because of it being, you know, with other characters and all that stuff that's going on, so I have to see how that ends up going. Yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes, and hopefully everything works out, so we'll just have to see what's going to happen and go from there. I'm not really sure what else I want to say, because we've still got one more trial to... We've still got this trial to do. I'm assuming we're going to have to investigate potentially more, or we're going to have a... I'm assuming this part of the trial is going to be trying to establish that the mock trial isn't accurate to the real trial, and then we're going to get the second one potentially for that, so we'll see how that goes. Nothing really, like, graphic and music-wise I would really have to discuss. It seems like we have, like, an open and shut sort of case at the moment, so I better make sure I save, because otherwise it's going to, I'm going to forget. Make a separate save. So, we'll, basically we'll continue from this the next time that we stream, probably. We have to, what is it called? We'll start from the start of the first trial again, and we'll see if we can finish this case. Because that other case, we started at the trial, and then we had to do more investigation, and the trial again. That took about 4 hours, so we'll see how much time we have when we get around to it, and hopefully it all works out from there. So yeah, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription in this video goes encourage monetization. Helps them in my contact fuel. Helps them in my accessibility to find. I upload my past actual Let's Plays and Let's Plats to the YouTube channel. Until further notice, I won't be able to put any of my links up on YouTube for a while, so I'll have to wait for that, so I'll just do that all here. I also have a games list for all the games we have completed on stream, as well as the speedruns, all in neatly organized playlists, so that they are more easily accessible as well. And also the upcoming games we have to play, DLCs I have to buy, upcoming games that we have to still do stuff for as well. All that good stuff, basically. I'm working on Plat by Plat segments of games we have the Plat Trophy for, as well as switching things up segments of games on the Switch, along with more Triangle Persuader experience, experience on Pokemon Button Nuzlocke, so I continue with those. The live notes are coming along. There's constantly been updates over the last couple of days with those, so I have to keep up to date with those. So my tactical stuff is the same as well, and also the individual levels for Octopath Traveler as well to look forward to. I upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a sense of limitation on my videos before they're deleted, and will be a separate place for everyone to find my content. If to do so, I'm just get a notification when I go for everyone on Twitch. I'll be back in a second because I actually do be actually back. Alright, sorry about that. I actually should probably... Before I gave my outro, I probably should have actually done that in the first place, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter to me. So follow me on Twitch, 200 followers. I'll be doing live challenge speedruns, which will probably be 0 kills and 100 kills ninja, as well as, what is it called? The, Wallstead Boss Rush mode. And we'll also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well, because I make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to support me in the channel going forward in the future, and you also get an extra 7 days upload before my videos are put into as well. You also get a notification when I go live, which on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified if I go live, which I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members. Still going strong, playing doctors and games to discuss that as well. I'm very active there, and you also get a notification when I go live as well. And finally, if you know who created my stream overlay that I use for all my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So, before we get out of here, I always make sure to raid at the end of the stream. I do take on raid requests, so if anyone has any, I will do so. Otherwise, I usually just try and find someone that I'm following, or I will look for someone who might be playing this game as well. We'll just have to see. Oh, there's audio now, because I think I might have accidentally, like, it came in just as I was finishing, actually. Oh, you're live, actually. Would you like the raid? I'll happily give you the raid. If you... Because I just, I just finished, so... If you would like the raid, I will, pass that over to you. Yeah, you know what? I'll pass the raid on to you, because, I only just came in, so... well, I only just finished, so... I'll do that instead. I'll give you the raid. So, yeah, we're going to raid, Ace, who is also playing Apollo Justice. And, yeah, he's playing Spirit of Justice, so I will send everyone over to them. So, thank you all for watching, and with all that being said, have a rest of the day and night wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.